forgot.
Back to basics.
Back to basics, baby.
Back to the basics. Back to our roots.
All right, so that's there.
Our homespun.
That's there.
Original.
All right.
Where's is Rick not joining?
No. Doesn't seem to be.
Poor lad.
That's okay. He's a bit under the weather.
Oh.
Yeah.
Rick, if you're watching the VOD, we miss you, bud.
Miss
Miss you, handsome. GFR.
Yeah, boss. I want to kiss you.
Right on the fucking mouth.
Guys, I'm donating Ivan. Anyone who wants him?
No.
I'm donating him.
Damaged goods.
Not even selling him anymore. I'm just giving him away.
Nah, you can keep him.
Wow. Ouch.
Not as attractive if he's not taken, you know?
Exactly.
Hmm. It's the allure.
It's the allure.
Yeah. Mystique.
Why are you so loud? Sorry, audio is all fucked up for me, so I'm getting everything fixed.
Oh no.
There we go. I hate, by the way, the new menu, Roll20. I hate it.
I hate it too.
I hate it so
I
much.
hate it. Bring back the old one. Why did you do this?
No one asked for this. Literally nobody. Oh no, I think I deleted the. Okay.
And it's so weird because there's literally a drop down that has nothing.
And it's ugly.
Hmm.
Like miscellaneous has nothing.
Yeah.
It is
I'm
ugly as
like, why is it
shit,
there?
Roll20.
Is it there for like jam stuff?
Why are we
I
here?
guess.
Just to suffer.
Why are we here? Just to suffer.
Why does this keep happening? Oh well, that's just gonna have to stay like that because I keep fucking it up. Alright. Oh my god, I did it on this one too? Bro, what the fuck?
Bro.
Bro.
Oh, brother.
I think it's my mouse double clicking shit. Alright. I'll see you, Reginald. Why'd you want to roll a d9? By the way?
Oh, I was fucking around with backup character things. Because I don't know. I've been bored these past days. I haven't been talking to my friends enough.
My fucking mouse is not working.
Silly.
R.I.P.
We are fucking. I can't click on anything. It won't let me.
Maybe
Struggle
offer it
bussin'.
some cheese.
What?
Mouse. Mice like cheese.
Ah.
I understood
I
what
get
you were
it.
saying.
Thank you, Tim.
Yeah.
I just had the worst mental image of a man like taking those old ball mice and
It's very
slowly rolling it over cheese. Just leaving a track.
That's certainly
Yes.
All right, that's just.
Eat my
whatever.
Make
son.
sure-
Let's just fucking.
Make sure it's like
move on.
Velveeta so it smears.
Ah.
Yeah.
Boy.
Did you some mozzarella because it's smooth? Gets a good tracking.
Mm.
High DPI.
My DPI.
Mozzarella canonically is high DPI.
It's gone from
That's
we've
incredible.
shifted from feed the mouse to it is now
Mhm.
my mouse pad.
My mouse
Mhm.
pad. Yeah.
Oh, the smell.
Anyways, so
Just a block cheese.
picking up where we left off last session, you guys had made your way to the north section of Ratcrest, towards the bay, where a bunch of the houses and old buildings, businesses had long been abandoned. The whole block was in disarray, because you had been given a tip by the man who shot Octavian that the cure for the Riftall, the Rift poison that comes from the tear on the equator might be there, because he got the poison from a couple of Stitch Reavers that had moseyed on into town. None of the Gilded Eye liked that very much, and you guys made your way in that direction to figure out why they are here. You surveyed the area, for a little while and easily dispatched the nerd standing outside the hideout, who was seemingly cordial to the crippled doctor man who was walking through the street, and he took this opportunity of dumbassery to break their nose and beat their ass. You made your way inside after being called upon by whoever was inside there, and met with one of the Stitch Reavers who Green Creed had recognized, actually. He was interested in having a conversation with you all, because clearly, if you made your way here, you are capable individuals. You weren't really having that. The conversation was cordial up until a point where he, finally felt like he just wasn't going to get anything out of Artem. So a fight broke out. You managed to defeat them, kill them, actually, as Green Creed chopped the main guy's head off, traumatizing a small little Vex, Mex. And you managed to
Nice.
get the cure. You made your way back to the Gilded Eye compound. Artem, with the help from Gregor, mixed and crafted the cure, plunged it directly into Octavian's chest, and waited. You were asked, air quotes, to stay within the compound, as Octavian wouldn't like it very much if the people who saved his life just left. He would want to thank you himself. So you were escorted to a safe house to stay within and kept under guard while Octavian recovered. Yesfir and Anton, the two most trusted individuals, stayed by Octavian's side until he finally awokened and had some things to say to Yesfir. He asked of her to bring all of you into the fold and find the man who shot him. And that was that. He pulled up a chair after giving Yesfir her Crown's Day gift and looked out upon the city that he watched over. So, picking up from that point, is there anything anyone wished to do before we continue on to the morning?
Yes.
Uh,
Are we given
me
quarters?
as well. Yes, are we given quarters?
Separate from everyone, or how's the lodging situation going?
It's
We've been kind of given like
it's
a
a
guest
whole
house.
house. So
It's a whole house.
Yeah.
yep.
So there are separate rooms. Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So when everyone goes to their separate rooms, Seb will close the
Ar-
door, lock it. Sorry.
Go on, sorry.
No, go ahead if
I
you want to
was
say
going to
something.
say Artem wouldn't go to his room. He is going to stay in the living room the entire night.
Yeah, that's why I figured you said you just were gonna sit on the couch and probably pass out there.
Yeah.
Starts,
Lock
like,
it. Make
rummaging.
sure. Sorry. Go.
Tex just
don't
starts
worry.
like rummaging through like cabinets in the kitchen and just like restless, doesn't like being cooped up.
All right.
No, it's because I might take a bit because I'm setting up something. I'll
Are
just.
yours is after everyone like passes out and stuff? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
And we want
'Cause
to
my-
do we want to start before passing out? What we're doing before that?
Yes. Because I need to do things.
Yeah,
Just
Whatever
like
you guys wanna
flavoring
do.
things. So let me just go first because mine's is
I'll
quick.
let you guys go because mine might be a bit.
So before Haven knocks out, after having a couple more drinks from the fine top shelf stuff, he goes into a room, the largest one he can find, and starts takes off his shirt. He takes it all the torso
Oh,
things off,
nice.
takes it off. And you see that he is wearing a sort of like I don't know how to call it. It's like a brace that goes from one arm to another, and it's just like a full gauntlet that wraps around the shoulder, but only for this arm, right? And you see small little segments of metal going down the arm, and as he gets ready to go to sleep tonight, he sort of like fiddles with it a little bit with his tinker's tools, and one final like little notch of it, little turn of a screw or something, it goes and it's on, and you see it sort of like vibro gauntlet type thing that he is wearing all over his arm. And then he goes, yeah, fine, I got that one, okay. And he fiddles with one last thing, which are his glasses. He takes out his glasses, and he takes out a little like pouch on his gadget belt, and it has like little red filaments in it, and he begins to like pigment the glasses, and he has now acquired his impact gauntlet and sight lenses.
Holy shit.
Nice.
And after he's
Sight
finished working,
lens.
finally finishing those two projects, he puts on a night shirt and goes to sleep.
Beautiful.
Incredible. Artem, when he's just sitting on the couch before he passes out, like I'm assuming just like on an armchair, he does take
probably
out
on the sofa.
this,
Sure.
yeah, he takes out this silvery snuff box, and opens it, and inside there are a number of like little pellets. One of them he pulls out, and it's like a small waxy substance covered in a odd fiber that he crushes in his fingers, and when he starts rubbing it between them, it seems to like crackle almost like it's burning, and begins to smoke, which he just inhales in, and the very aggressive tapping of his finger on the cane that he's been doing, like very slowly slows down to like a much more like calm tick that he's doing, and he would just relax for a while before effectively just falling asleep on the armchair.
Excellent. Green Creed is gonna drink about half a dozen bottles of incredibly expensive liquor and then pass out.
Oh,
That
he's
makes
dead.
sense.
How, like, is this compound just okay. Is this compound just like, is it walled in, or is it just like a collection of buildings that all happen to be
It's a
near
collection
each
of
other?
buildings. Yeah, it's not walled in. It's heavily
Okay.
patrolled and protected and guarded, but no, it doesn't have walls or anything.
All right. Would they stop a dog from like entering, just like a little stray
I mean,
dog?
yeah, probably just to like pet it and shit.
All right. Then if we're not supposed to leave this house,
I'm not Matt. I don't make people hate animals for no reason in my games.
Tex would like find like a bathroom window or something that she could crack on, kind of like away from like the front entrance where the people were guarding, and just like give a whistle, and a little dog comes and she pulls it in, tries to pull it in through the window.
Okay. Make a
Good
strength
enough.
check.
Homeless woman with 2 dogs, literally.
Just the one.
This campaign.
So,
Strength check?
so glad homeless man with 2 dogs will live on in everyone's mind forever.
Athletics
Oh, yeah.
or strength?
Forever.
Athletics is fine. That's yeah.
He burned brightly and quickly.
Burned brightly in this.
Yeah.
24.
11
Easy
days!
enough. Do you want to describe what the dog looks like?
Yes. So Ty is a kind of a shepherd mix. There's definitely other breeds in there. He's quite a bit bulkier than like a normal shepherd, who are pretty lean. So he's got like kind of little more mastiff size and muscle, with just that kind of dark shepherd coloring and fluff. Big old fluff tail. Let's see if I can. Where's this picture? Ah, I didn't save it. I'll get it. 1 second. Ba-da-ba-ba-da.
So any who are still awake just begin to hear what sounds like
I'm definitely still awake.
this loud
Rustling in the
scratching
background.
and rustling, and then you just hear
Hey! Calm down. Shh.
as he's just super excited.
Where you been?
Like, just leaps up onto your chest.
All right, yeah. And then we like just casually walk into the kitchen and find him something to eat. I'm pilfering the fridge if it's full.
Yeah, he rushes up to Artem, who I'm assuming is in a euphoric state at this point, and just like starts sniffing at him, like grabs,
No,
his, like bites his cane.
Down. No, leave him be. Get.
Blah. Just walks away.
Good job.
Then I sent it to you.
Thank you. I was trying to find it. Apparently, I didn't save it because I'm stupid.
I like the token that Elsie made.
It's very cute.
Yeah.
Copy image.
I would have heard if Tim made a token. I was just a dumb bitch and accidentally made one.
No,
Puppy.
I was just a dumb bitch and was too busy to make a new token.
It's a puppy.
Oh, he's
A
so cute.
puppy.
Yeah. A good boy.
Yeah.
It's a good
Yeah,
boy.
and we a little bit calmer with the dog. We pass out on another couch or something.
Okay. Excellent.
Yeah, I got an armchair, you got a couch, you know.
Easy.
Yeah. Okay. After that, like, I would have left whatever quarters that we are given. Lock the door. If there are curtains on the window, would close the curtains. Get like as dark and silent as possible. And sit down. If there's a chair in the room, I would sit down on that chair. Get the first thing I would do is get the pouch, the velvety pouch with the silk strips of cloth that are now with dried blood. Count them, put them on the table, and look at them, and nod to himself, and just fold them, put them back on the velvet pouch, not like tie it, not like with a knot, but like with a ribbon, like if you tie in a shoelace, and put it in the bag. And then he's gonna take a book from inside the bag, black leather, with a ruby gem on the center, and a very beautifully crafted. The paper itself, it's almost like it's ancient and like old parchment, with some tears at the edges, like either it was not like finally made, or is that old that that is starting to show some wear and tear there. And he's gonna put that book. I have actually an image for the book. He's gonna put that book. I'm just trying to find it. On the table, and look at the lock that he's never managed to open, and just. All right. What is it that you're trying to tell me with this book? And I will put there on the table and just look at it and just try to like trace the fingers on the gem, and then just focus on the lock and see if he can make sense of it.
Roll an Arcana check.
Check. 6. I
Nice.
hate my rolls.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody doing
I said
it
red,
like...
but it's not red. It's purple. Sorry.
No, you're
My
fine.
bad. I don't do my vibe is not red. It's all purples and blacks.
As you're kind of running your finger along it and tracing it, trying to glean literally anything from this book, mysterious book that you've been unable to open, unable to do anything with. You suddenly feel like goosebumps on the back of your neck, as if you're being watched. And you kind of look around really quickly, and you see on the wall two, candle sconces that were already lit when you came into this room. You watch as they almost dim in odd places and almost create this wolf-like face on the wall. And you just hear, "Do you wish to open secrets that have been dead long, far too long?"
Yes, I think it's time.
And what will you do with this knowledge?
We will first bring justice and then bring supremacy.
Good
course.
answer.
There is intelligence in making allies, though.
Of course there is.
Good. I knew that would be the answer.
And there's also intelligence in cutting ties with those you no longer need.
It might happen sooner than later.
Do what you must.
I shall. I shall.
You watch as
Thank you.
the clasp on the book unlocks. And whatever message you were seeing seems to disappear.
And I'll look at the wall where the wolf-like shape was projected through the shadows, and I'll nod and say, "We'll get there. Patience. We'll get there." And I'll just open the book and start flipping through the pages and try to see if I can decode and I think like the back parts are very blank. There are things in the first area of the book, but the back pages are blank.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll just read whatever is in there for 4 hours, and then I'll close the book, put the lock again, try to reopen it, and I think it's open to me for now,
Anytime you want to.
until I piss him off. He decides to lock my book again.
Your mind over those 4 hours is opened up to lost. Just not even forbidden, not even, hated or subjugated. Just simply lost knowledge and magic of the original Strifikans. And your mind expands. And you feel whatever creates magic in this place, you feel your connection to it grow tenfold. And you can't help but see flickers of memories or events. You're unsure. They're fast flashes, occasional screams, darkness, light, warmth, cold. It's not unlike what you feel whenever you do what you do on the battlefield. Just an amalgamation
Yep.
of feelings and thoughts and hopes and dreams and sorrow and mourning. And then you close
I'll
the
get
book,
this right.
and it seems to fade
Yeah, I'll close
slowly. And as you
I'll-
close it does lock. And if you ever think, that you want to open it, it seems to just unlock on its own.
He will smirk a little bit. Perfect. Perfect. Close it again. Put it in his bag. I'll get it done. Slowly and steady, we'll get it done. I have good feelings about this. And close the bag. Put it in, remove it from his shoulders and put it under the chair. But kind of like one of the straps tied around the ankle, because he doesn't trust this place enough. So tied like that if uh um you know,
If he's searched, kind of thing.
yeah, if it's searched or if someone enters the room trying to rummage through his things, he doesn't want that. So it's like if anyone tried to pry it open, he would have to move his leg and he would know. And let me yeah, I don't have yeah, I don't have the money for this. But I'll sit down and after the 4 hours I spent reading the book, closing the book, putting the bag, attaching it to his leg, he's just gonna sit there, eyes open, but like a motionless statue for the rest 4 hours.
All right.
The bed is gonna be untouched.
Okay. Yes, sir. Do you do anything?
She's gonna go get some shut eye. She plunks her way up to her room. And she's gonna, yeah, I guess just go get some sleep. She's got a little garden that hangs out her window. And so she's just gonna water her plants and then she's gonna go to sleep.
Okay, well that's fucking adorable. All right. Excellent.
You have a little bonsai?
Yeah.
That's cute.
Yeah.
Awesome.
There's one last thing for me during
Okay.
the night. That's fine. Or I guess partly during the morning.
Is it like after
Um,
everyone wakes up, or?
It's during the wake up, kind of. It's the binding. It's during the long rest. It's during the sleep.
Okay, so this will be. I'll say this will be before everyone wakes up. Yeah.
Yeah. During the night, he slips from the dream he is having into a sort of half-awake state, where he looks around, there is nothing but a thick fog with a few figures hovering within it. And as he shifts his consciousness through them, a bloody spear or coiling serpent, things like this, he comes upon a few new ones that he's never seen before. And he glances through them, a mountain of a man that is somehow both gives the impression of something humongous and tiny. A blazing bow and arrow. He lands on one. The sights of a massive tyrant biting at itself as if trying, well, as if mutilating its own body. And he moves his consciousness closer to it and says, Awaken, tyrant.
What the? Where the hell am I?
Not too different than hell, I suppose. Asclepios says this is something like an afterlife for dead gods and legends like you.
Fuck. Fuck, do you mean? You mean dead? Fuck is all
Like-
this?
Dead like no longer alive. Your time has passed. But I've come to give you an offer.
Fuck off and die, bitch.
No, I don't think I will.
Oh my god.
I... I've come here to give you an offer. Give me some of your power, and I will let you experience life again through me.
I said, fuck off and die, bitch. And as much as it can sort of move in this conscious space, it seems to try, I guess, and collect itself and start a fight.
Fight.
Okay.
I have offered twice now. I will not be nice a third time. Give me a bit of your power, and we can politely help each other.
Are you really gonna make me say it again?
This could be something of a boon for you. I can feel how upset you are about how your story ended. Do this as a small recompense for the harm that you've done to people in the past.
You don't know shit about how I feel. And if you're not careful, you're gonna get harmed under yourself. Now fuck off and die.
Fine. I will be using your power anyway, Ezra the Tyrant. And as he does this, he lashes this thing's ancient spirit onto his own soul, stitching it together. And in real life, the skin over his arms and his neck begins to harden, and this red metallic scales press out through his skin. All under the clothes where it can't be seen, but coiling serpents begin to writhe over his body. Yeah, he binds her, if she likes it or not.
Yeah. Forcibly bound, the spirit of this, whatever it is, tyrant creature is now within you, Artem. Stitched to you, like all the others.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Is that it?
That's it. That's it for me.
Okay. So, as the morning comes upon Tritaran, the sky remains dark despite the rising sun. Smoke from burning buildings across Ratcrest blot out the morning light, and the stench of the riots and death and destruction lingers in the air. The front door to the guest house within the Gilded Eye compound opens as Yesphere enters. Yesphere, you were sent ahead by Octavian this morning to make sure everyone wakes and has a nice meal, while he himself got cleaned up before making his way over to speak with your new associates. Upon entering, you see, mostly passed out, slightly coming to wake, Artem, still clutching his cane, perhaps wincing. Who knows? Heart beating a little bit faster from what you can hear. Across the room, you are surprised to hear the faint breathing and panting of a rather large dog and the snoring of a young girl. Elsewhere in the building, you hear the faint breathing of a sleeping man and, well, the simple existence of another. You see passed out at the bar, Green Creed. The stench, just even worse. He's probably pissed himself in the night.
Oh god.
Now, as you stand here, the words from Octavian ring through your mind. Warm them up to the idea of working for us. I will do the rest.
He says it like it's so easy. And she will quickly make work of the door and step her way in, sort of she goes first to the dock and she sort of just stands before him for a second, hesitant to reach out and tap him awake naturally. So she just sort of stands, both hands on her cane, as she is in her normal non-work attire. She's got her glasses on and her cane out. She looks very normal.
The new glasses?
The new glasses, the new sexy glasses that she's been wearing for hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Slept in them.
Red milk glasses.
Yeah, you know it. And she will sort of just lightly lean forward a bit and rest her chin on the top of her cane and go, Dr. Drakal?
Like Tim said, he was already kind of stirring at this point. His heart rate faster than what it normally is. And I guess he kind of like fully comes to when you speak, and his eyes snap open. And there was a moment of like his full body jerks, and the result is much stronger than it should be. Like what it should be a small jump results in him going like almost 2 foot fully off the fucking chair. Like, and there's like a moment of bewilderment. Before he like rubs his finger over the cane and flexes his left hand a few times. And again, that heart rate's like speeds up almost as he does it. He goes, yes. Good morning.
Good morning. Are you feeling alright?
I had an interesting dream.
I suppose that is to be expected after a day like yesterday. Well, make yourself comfortable. I plan on waking the others and get you a nice meal before we all speak to Mr. Octavian, no?
Yes, of course.
And she will hesitate a second, like, weird dreams don't usually do that, but she's gonna turn on heel. And
Nightmares do that.
nightmares do that, yeah, but he seems like not upset. Like his heart rate's a little accelerated, but he doesn't seem like pissed off or like afraid. I don't know. The tone is very weird. Maybe he's just an actor. Who knows? And then she will sort of she's just gonna make a wide semicircle around the Green Creed incident.
He's literally he's sitting on a bar stool, head slumped on the bar itself, and just half a dozen big ass bottles of expensive liquor just emptied around him.
Yeah, that's gonna be the last one. Yeah. And so she will make her way over to Tex, and she's got.
As you approach
sort of
Tex, you just hear.
Yeah. The dog's like definitely wakes up first.
Yeah.
Just like
She
definitely guard dog.
she sort of can't help herself. She's every time you've seen her, she's either been completely in full work focus mode or she's had this very sort of schooled, like pleasant expression, and she sort of can't help the like grimace that crosses her face for a second before she quickly smooths it over and gives a smile. Uh, Rex?
Snore.
Rex?
Another snore.
Doctor, would you care to wake your child and deal with her mutt?
He raises an eyebrow at your child. But we'll just go.
There's a lot of
Rex, get
assumptions
up.
there.
It's morning already.
No, right. Morning.
Right.
Good boy.
A big laughing tongue
Dog on
just
the head.
right across your face.
Good boy.
Well,
Can we leave now?
wouldn't you be interested in the meal first?
Oh shit, yeah? What you got?
Absolutely. Well, that's a good question, I suppose. I could see what I could scrounge up. I'm not a master chef, but I am passable.
You can eat too, right? Dog just like looks at you.
Of course. I'm going to go wake the others. And she just
Wow.
pivots.
Not a dog person.
Not a dog.
Very much a cat person.
Oh my goodness.
Um,
Yeah,
Looks like
it's-
she'd be a cat person.
yeah. Consider for a second. If everything was really loud and really smelly all the time,
Mm,
would you
Ugh.
be a dog person?
Dog person.
mm.
Nope.
That's what I thought.
And I wouldn't be an animal person in general because cats
No.
also smell and they also make noise. So
Like they don't smell as bad, and the noises
Not
they make
as
when they
much.
meow,
No,
it's
'cause
annoying.
they-
But the
they
purring
clean
is
themselves
nice.
up more,
You
yeah.
know?
Here's the
Whatever.
thing. You might have loud cats. Shadow for years, he would maybe meow like 3 times a year. Like,
Yeah.
it depends on the cat.
Exactly. All right. And then she will make her way towards the bedrooms and just give a light knock on each of the doors. I'm assuming I can tell who is staying in which room, and so she will just.
you
Yeah,
will
you-
hear
you
no
hear-
sound whatsoever from Seb's room.
Yeah,
Literally nothing.
You literally just hear like the sounds that someone sitting on something would make. That's literally the only sound you hear.
No, not even that, because he's like just completely motionless.
Well, things
Sitting
make
on that chair.
Yeah, but chairs make sound.
Yeah.
Like, you can't stop gravity and physics. and
Yeah.
shit.
But like not like from rubbing on the
No.
leather or anything like that.
And Hatham's passed the fuck out, so you hear him sleeping.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
The breathing and all of that, yeah. But
Mm.
not from Seb's room. You hear
Yeah.
nothing.
Haven wakes up. You hear a strange sound once you knock on the door, and about 10 seconds pass. You hear a metallic clinking as a bunch of like plates start clinking against each other. As he puts on the sleeve, and then he puts on all his clothes and all that. Are we ready to go? Wherever the hell we're going, he says through the door.
Well, first I would like to invite you to stay for breakfast. Mr. Ibragimov would like to have a word with all of you, but I figured the least that I could offer on behalf of the ally would be a nice meal.
I suppose it's to be expected. And he'll get up and then just, open the door.
Yeah.
She hesitates a second in front of Sebastian's door, almost as if she's trying to concentrate really hard and make sure that he's not just like a light breather and she's not missing anything. Before she sort of chuckles and will lightly tap on the door.
Takes around 10 seconds, and then finally you hear the sound of someone standing from a velvety or leather chair. I don't know what kind of chair there is. And then you hear a moment, and then you will hear sounds of a scarf being adjusted around the neck and a bag being unwrapped from an ankle and put back on his bag, and he will open the door. suppose it's time.
Could I interest you in breakfast?
I will definitely accompany you.
Hmm. Well, to each their own. And she will just pivot on a heel and start marching back towards the main room. And she's already like gritting her teeth, like, God, I have to wake up Creed. God, I have to wake up Creed. God, I have to wake up Creed. This is like a whole house, so there's like a kitchen, right? How
Mhm.
stacked is this kitchen?
Oh, it's pretty stacked.
Excellent.
Yeah. You also know, like, if you
Exit
ask
always-
someone, they can go find like a cook to come and cook breakfast for you guys. You don't have to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, but like, I
Like-
don't know, maybe like putting in the effort, like butter them up.
You know what?
Put it in
True. True.
If
Not
there's
for
a
these
stock-
folks. I don't think they'd care. Different people, maybe. No, I'll go get a cook. Go flex it. I have cooks.
Tim, do
Hex is already
do,
rummaging
do we
around in the
notice?
kitchen.
Do we notice she's uncomfortable with the prospect of waking Creed?
Other than the fact that she keeps an extremely wide circle around him,
No, right? Because she's
as
like,
anybody might.
Yeah.
I don't know. You try. You can see.
Yeah. Roll an insight check.
yeah, my insight is not great. I'm not a wisdom person. 17!
Not bad.
Bad, but
No, you don't
yeah.
notice.
Yep. But
she's
I'm like,
she's blind. She's probably just keeping a wide berth so she doesn't
Yeah.
bump into anything.
yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
But you would also have noticed that Sebastian doesn't seem to be phased by whatever smell you say that Creed is.
Well,
Yeah.
no one smells it as strong
As her.
as Yesphere.
Creed said it
Yeah.
was tangible.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said it was tangible that everyone would. So for Yesphere, it's like
He
tenfold.
stank. So it's literally that's why she's so averted to him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For her, it's all encompassing.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's the only thing
all
in the room.
encompassing.
It's like a whole
I'm
other
Yeah.
wondering-
person for her. It's like
She's seeing less good because Creed smells so bad.
Yes. It's
It's that distracting. It takes
No,
Yeah.
it's like
Prestidigitation, that man.
He's literally blindfolds.
Yeah.
Does anyone have press?
Blindfolds for the blind woman.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I think we should get it.
Possibly
She got
Creed
respirated.
Creed.
She's going to pause for a second and then sort of pick up her cane and grimace a bit and then reach out and poke him on the shoulder.
yeah, you immediately just hear his arms splay out and the bottle is just cling 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 cling. Yeah, my money.
I will have your money after breakfast. Perhaps you would get a tip if you considered a shower.
The fuck would I do that for?
Money.
That's actually not a bad point.
Yes, a bit of a shower surplus. I'm standing next to him with my nose like this.
No.
I don't smell
I'll just-
anything.
Of course
it's
you
because
don't.
you're living in it.
Somebody say breakfast.
After you shower, of course.
It's now a
Okay,
food
goodness.
bonus.
Where's the shower?
Food bonus. The
Upstairs to
the
the right.
washroom is that way. She'll just
Great.
gesture like I'm not leading you, bitch.
He stumbles his way, like legitimately, like stumbles, like he's still drunk.
Yeah,
And,
he is.
and like holding his hand along the wall, like he is. It is more arduous for this man to walk than for the blind woman to walk.
Yeah. I love that. I love that.
And he stumbles his way into the washroom, never to be seen again until Rick comes back.
Rick comes back. Bye-bye.
He died in
con-
the shower.
He's contemplating if he should actually take a shower, you know?
She's going to go into the kitchen. I'm assuming we have like a tea reserve. We got tea. We got some tea, right?
Of course.
Yeah. Yeah, she's gonna she can smell the fucking chamomile tea on this man. So she's gonna turn to Hatham and be like, Mr. Reed, could I interest you in a cup of tea?
A pleasure, thank you. And he'll help you prepare it.
Yeah, I'm sure he's particular.
Oh yeah.
um.
There's a certain amount of time that the bag has to be in the water has to be at a certain temperature,
Yup.
yada yada yada.
Yep. When she moves around rooms, she very much does the cane thing, but when she's moving around small spaces, she just opens cabinets and it's like she has no trouble telling where anything is at all. Nothing's labeled. She just like picks shit out, and it is right every time.
I imagine.
And she will. Oh yeah.
Sorry.
No, go.
There's like some kitchens have like the little counter with the little stools. You can just,
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
walk.
yeah.
Tex is probably like perched up there, just like, how do you know where everything is?
I can smell it. And she's just rummaging through cabinets.
Shit, really?
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
Even like the cabinet handles? Because you just kind of grab them. You don't like feel around or nothing.
And
Old
one of
blind
the five.
Pete down at the Delirious Goose, like he's like all the time. He has to feel around for everything.
Touching
Usually
is
when
a useful tool.
When one of the five senses is taken away, the others are heightened. You, and he looks towards you, are sort of an extreme example.
You
Shit,
could
really?
certainly say that, yes.
Does
I
it
am
smell
gifted.
like everything.
I can. Yes.
Weird.
You can hear details and smell details.
Of course.
Tex tries to like cover her eyes. I don't
That's
smell any
useless.
better. Everything's in the same.
Ty
I
licks your
apologize.
face.
Imagine you have to live with it.
Get
Dex.
down.
And I will admit, I wouldn't expect a normal person to perform as well as I do. This is, after all, my gift.
Oh.
This is heightened by your magic.
And she just grins to herself as she continues rummaging about. She'll call into the main room. Doctor, are you interested in tea?
Sure, whatever you have.
Of course. And when she leaves Hatham in charge of steep duty as she goes to find a cook to go do some cooking to him. She like take everyone's order. It's like, what do you want for breakfast? Do you like eggs?
By the way, Creed is only
yeah.
gone for about 5 minutes, and then comes
Yeah,
back.
unfortunately.
Hair
and he
wet.
still smells.
I think he has hair. Doesn't matter.
Yes.
Hair wet.
Looks like it.
He has taken his gloves off and has washed his hands and put his gloves in his pocket, and he's back.
Nice. Man,
I have
he's like
taken-
every boy I went to high school with.
I have taken a shower.
Right. And on her way out, she just reaches under the counter and pulls out like a scented candle. Strikes a match and just chuckles to herself as she lights it up. It's not helping. In fact, it's only making it worse because now it's stink mixed with like lavender.
Yeah.
But she's trying so hard to
So
be able
hard.
to see again.
It's the same. If you Lysol a bathroom, it's just gonna smell.
It's just worse.
I'm not taking away Rick's tangible stench, so this is all you get.
No, of
Yeah.
course.
It's part of the
Of
character.
course.
This is all
It's
you
the
get.
charm.
It's
Refills
just
after
to
a
be
while.
taken
Tried.
away. Yeah.
She tried. But yeah, she's gonna go wrangle up a cook, and then come back here and make sure everybody's chilling.
Yeah, as you like go to step out, Dimitri's right there. He's just look this way. You need something?
Yeah, if you could find someone to cook these fine folks a nice breakfast. And she pulls him a bit closer. Perhaps find one of our best. We are looking to show them all that the eye can offer.
No. I will get the Mystery Brigamo's personal chef then.
Fantastic, thank you.
Yeah.
And she will slowly make her way back inside. She's going to sort of hover for a bit out of sight and see if she can hear them talking about anything. Before she
Do you guys talk
comes
about
back
anything
in.
as she exits?
Actually, yeah, I was gonna go to the dock. It just sort of be like, this seems like an odd treatment from her. Or am I misunderstanding?
It is the first time it's happened. But that is mostly a negative thing, I will assume.
Did
This
we
is
say
why your
their
heads are still
boss
on your
there?
shoulders, Doctor. I
More
imagine
than
it
like,
worked.
more than likely, the Eye wants us for something. They did something not exactly the same, a little bit less extravagant. They
Yes, we're
requested help in the past.
being buttered up.
Nods.
Oh, never recorded before.
It might be nice. And he's actually gonna try and pet your dog, cause he loves dogs. He
I
has
was
this
looking
like
at the
vibe.
dog too,
Oh
actually.
dogs.
boy!
I
Sebastian
love
would
good.
be looking at the dog.
Apham loves good boys.
What's your alignment?
My alignment is lawful neutral.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's
Oh,
fine.
I'm gonna pet my good boy. Well, aren't
Probably
you
like-
just lovely? Just scratching behind the ear.
Leg comes up.
He definitely has less manners. He's like, oh, this person's interacting with me. I'm gonna jump on him.
Mm-hmm.
Probably as tall as you are.
The second you even like attempt to approach, he's just like, you know, on hind legs, big paws on your chest, just licking.
Yeah.
Sebastian's just looking at the dog, like black eyes just move at the dog and just looks at him like with like facial expression is blank, like there's no specific reaction, but he's just looking at the dog.
Mhm.
Kind of like this dog is gonna be problem.
Mhm.
It's just looking at the dog and then just when the dog
As
jumps on
a-
Hatham, you just
As Hatham sort of like scratching behind your ear, he goes, I'm quite used to them. As you say, I feed the strays next to my blacksmith. And I just sort of just scratching behind here.
I got him pretty well trained, you know. Ty. Sit. No, sit.
He does a little
Eh,
circle.
want to.
Yes! I love dogs that don't listen. I love stupid
don't
dogs.
like Oreo.
He's fed.
I love to imagine he just doesn't listen to you. Sorry.
No,
That's a
he
really
just,
funny
like,
picture in my head.
He just does like a little spin. Lifts his leg up,
See?
pees on the bar stool that Creed was sitting on.
Oh.
We're gonna have
Oh,
to.
you have to smell the piss
we're gonna have to incinerate that bar stool.
It's never coming out, yeah. Same thing with the
Piss will be
Barstool
easy.
Creed
It's
piss
the
on.
Creed issue.
It's the
Yeah.
it's the same
Sorry,
Creed.
yeah.
It's a Creed bar stool.
He's not used to being inside much.
It's fine. He'll get used to it.
So yeah, sir. You hear all of that as you make your way back inside.
Tex
Sort
does
of
start
smiles
cleaning
to
up,
herself.
though.
Oh, cute. That's nice. Well mannered.
Creed does not clean up
sh-
after himself.
Better
Naturally,
than Creed.
yeah. Yeah, she sort of she makes her way back inside and goes to like like rummage through a closet, see if we have like I don't know, like a mop. Like a broom. This
By the way,
is
the tea is ready.
and it's perfect.
Cups for everybody. It's perfect.
Fantastic.
It's perfect.
Naturally.
Dirty leaf juice.
No roll needed.
Dirty leaf juice. And then she realizes that this is none of her business, and she will go head back towards the kitchen.
Yeah. Eventually, you watch as a human woman, slightly kind of graying hair, a little on the older side, maybe late 40s, early 50s, kind of walks in, wearing an apron. She looks very well taken care of. The signs of age obviously on her face, but still like very, beautiful in her her later years. She kind of walks in, notices all of you. You can see her kind of the scent of lavender and greed hits her, and she's like, "Oh, that's a lot." And she walks over to you, Yesphere, and just goes, "Alright, Yesphere, do you have a menu, or what do you want me to make for you and your friends?"
And she just sort of shrugs and turns to the group at large. Anybody have any suggestions?
Got eggs?
Of course, we have a fully stocked pantry and cooler.
Anything but turtles.
The words that come out of Haven's mouth, I cannot repeat because I don't know fancy food. But he just says like the fanciest shit, like fucking
English breakfast.
fucking
Foie gras.
roasted chicken with capers, that type of
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
Roast with caviar.
Foie gras. Fuck yeah.
He just says
That'll take a little while,
the
but I can
fanciest shit, and it just comes out like without thinking.
All right.
Item, you have certainly expensive taste.
It's been
Texas
it's been a while, and he drinks a little bit of the tea.
Well, of course, we aim to please. So, if you would not mind, and he'll turn to
eggs and toast?
the chef.
Eggs and toast.
Yeah. What you know, her name is Ivana.
Ivana. She will turn to the others, waiting for them to submit their orders. I'm assuming none are as bombastic as Hatham's.
Much like Tex, Autumn just goes, eggs and toast will do.
All right. Easy enough.
I just had a fancy breakfast, not a fancy dinner. Just want to clarify.
Yeah.
For you.
And she kind of just like points to the dog.
Oh, I can make some meat, I suppose.
Yeah.
T-bone.
Creed's
for the
like,
dog.
I'll have what the dog's having.
A T-bone.
All right, so more meat. Okay. And for you, sir? She looks towards Sebastian.
Yeah, he will look around for a moment and go like, if you have an apple, that would suffice.
Well, I mean, okay, sure.
Give him
Anything
a fine Granny Smith.
Yeah.
Yeah,
With
the
the Honeycrisp.
sourest.
Yeah.
Think we have some golden delicious? Yeah, she just goes to the pantry and like throws you an apple and then starts cooking.
He catches it
Done.
and looks at it for a while, and then something clicked in his mind. Is like he goes and takes a bite, and takes forever to chew, and just puts the apple there and
Oh my
forgets about
god.
it.
One
That was
bite out of this
delicious.
apple. Delicious.
I'm so full.
I am nourished.
I am set for weeks.
Stuffed.
I
During
will never have to eat again.
Yeah, is anyone,
the
does-
ordering.
Yep.
When Yesphere is kind of like off to the side, Tex just wants to like, hey.
Hmm?
I didn't get a chance to say yesterday. The thing you do with the wires. It's pretty cool.
She gets a big smile on her face and chuckles a bit and goes, I appreciate it. And she'll lean down just a little bit, so she's again resting her face on top of her cane. Hopefully we are able to fight together more in the future. Perhaps I could teach you some moves.
I don't know about that. I mean, I don't know anything I kind of fancy. Like, do you ever get down to the Delirious Keys?
I have been a few times.
There's some time.
Very cool.
She like seeing these things. That's what you mean by fight together. She's like, oh, we gonna tag team?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, just meet me there on Sundays.
Yeah, exactly. She knows a little bit like, yes, I see there's been a miscommunication.
Yes,
I I meant more the sort of fighting we did say at the jailhouse. You're a very promising talent. I think you could work well.
She kind of gets a little like suspicious, like, I don't know what you mean. It's just like, I mean, I don't. That was a little bit of a one-off. I don't normally break people out of jail. Just the doc.
Ah. Well, I suppose we'll just have to get the doc caught again. And she laughs, very obviously making it a joke.
Can we go?
Mr. Ibragimov will be down to talk to you all in a bit. Until then, I
Is
suggest
that the
you...
old guy who got shot?
Yes, it is the man who got
Oh.
shot.
Okay, so he's good. That's good.
Yes, he's made a full recovery thanks to your doctor.
Yeah,
Very impressive.
While they're talking, Sebastian is looking at the cup of tea and pondering whether he wants to taste it or not.
Haytham looks at you and goes, "Are you going to just sip that one too?"
Probably, yes. But you've gone through the lengths to prepare one for me. I might as well try it. And I'm gonna bring it to my lips.
You might
and
as
give it a
well.
sip.
And if you throw up, here's the trash can. Push it with my
Thank
leg.
you. It doesn't happen. But I'll take a sip of the tea and nod. But it's like a nod trying to, like, almost like the look of someone trying to remember a taste. And then puts back on the saucer and just never touches it again.
Never touches it again.
Did
Very good.
Haytham add milk and sugar and stuff to the tea, or is it just
If you wanted it.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you wanted it.
Tex
It's
Haytham
all
makes
made
the
to
best
order.
tea in the world.
It's all made to order.
So
He's
Tex
a tea
probably wouldn't know to
master.
ask unless you'd be like, no sugar. So she'd be like,
Milk and sugar.
try it,
Mhm.
and do that thing where it's like, ugh.
Blah.
It's
Yeah,
gonna
you
fall
might
back
slide
into
back
the
up.
cup.
Yeah.
Is it not to your liking?
It just tastes like leaves.
Have you tried putting some sugar in?
Are you supposed to?
Well, I find everything's better when it's sweeter.
He reaches for the sugar and puts
She
whole
makes tea
pack.
like I make
Obnoxious-
tea, like
an obnoxious
7
amount of
large
sugar.
spoons
Yes,
of
yes,
sugar.
Oh,
yes.
God.
It's syrup.
shit.
At the end of the day, it's just syrup.
Yeah,
Syrup.
exactly.
That's how you mask. That's how you mask the bad taste. You just
Yeah, I've been
You're
making
all
this
horrible.
peppermint tea recently. I fill the mug all the way to the top, just like a splash of milk, and then like 5 giant tablespoons of sugar.
The
Yeah.
amount of cavities you must have must be crazy.
Well,
It's just
you
like
mask it.
liquid candy cane. Hell yeah.
Sounds
I didn't
pretty
have
good.
a cavity for so long.
Sounds pretty good though. Liquid candy cane, sign me up.
It's fucking delicious. Anyway, I'm gonna make tea.
Anyways, so the
Shit, now I want tea.
You all are called to the dining table, which is not too far away from the kitchen and the bar, and all of your food is presented to you. You have a moment to yourselves if you wish to discuss anything further.
The dog gets on a chair.
Fancy blueberry pancakes.
I'm keeping an
Yeah.
eye on the dog. The dog is going. I'm just looking at his. When he's far away from me, I'm happy.
Oh, Sebastian!
I'm, gi-
We
I'm
are the
giving
same.
him. I'm giving him pieces of my food under the table.
I love this.
And he's just
You don't like dogs?
he's just like chewing on his T-bone steak.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's having a ball.
She is like, hey, creepy guy.
What?
You like dogs?
Oh, you're talking to him. All right.
Yeah.
No, you're just apparently smelly.
He's
No,
That's
Creed.
smelly?
Creed. No, Creed. I was like, you
You
are
meant
apparently
Creed, yeah.
smelly to Creed,
Oh.
and then
Creed's
I'll
not
look
creepy
at,
guy. Creed's
I'd
smelly
like
guy.
to-
no, he's the smelly guy. I'll look at text and say, it's
It's really nice.
I will believe you on your word.
He is quite docile compared to most dogs.
I've had it
Mm.
since he's little.
Well, it's
And I
just
was
that
little.
dogs tend to bite.
I see. They don't like him.
Yeah, if you like hit
But-
him or something.
No, I
Or if you
don't
tried to hit me, he'd probably
mistreat
bite you.
dogs. I don't mistreat animals. It's just
Then why would they bite?
I don't know.
Sometimes people have a certain way about them.
I'll whisper to
Mm.
I'll whisper to Tex. It's because he's creepy, like you said.
You know what? That's fair.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense.
And I'll try to reach for the dog, and then pull my hand halfway and just give up.
This man does nothing fully. I'm not gonna bite this apple. I'm not gonna pet this dog. I'm not gonna
Like,
pet this thing.
basically, it's kind of like he's almost afraid of the dog, but being very nonchalant about it, and reach like
Get
the glove hands.
Stop.
See?
He was fully eating his food. Like, he wasn't even paying attention to you.
Yeah.
And you tell him to stop. He's like steak in his
Oh,
mouth.
no, you're good.
No, keep going.
Go away.
I will try to pet the dog very awkwardly.
What's your limit?
Right now, as he's eating.
Wouldn't you like to know?
Yeah, no, I'm not while he's eating.
Okay, then I'll give up. And
Don't
just
give up. It's like, yeah, I'm done.
yeah,
I'm done.
like that was a huge effort of going to try and pet the dog.
Sebastian's like, no, while he's eating. Oh, I wasn't.
Oh,
That's not what I was doing.
I wasn't gonna pet
Yeah,
the
I did
dog.
that. No, I wasn't trying to pet the dog. It's
Look at those
just,
wallpapers.
you know, my
Yeah.
hair is out of place.
Get
And
your fucking dog,
you
bitch.
know-
Don't bite.
Alright.
What's the
And you
dog
see,
doing?
like, just generally throughout breakfast, like kind of a dog, kind of hunches over their food, like Rex or Tex leans over her plate and and puts
Oh
like
my
one
God, we
arm
got you
kind of
doing
around
it.
it, and like a
Yes.
very unconscious my food.
Yes.
Why?
Once I
yes.
have it, it's mine. She doesn't seem to realize that's what she's doing, but it's a habit.
You eat definitely with the shoulders on the table, hunched forward.
Yeah,
Over the
elbows are
food.
on. One is kind of one arm's just out in front of the plate, and
Yeah,
she's
elbows
eating
on the
with one
table.
hand.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's
Sort of guarding the food.
guarding the food.
Eating like an orphan.
Sometimes food
Mhm.
insecurity is a thing.
Hmm.
You gotta protect your food. Da, 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 da.
As you're eating
why
that,
does
Ty's head just comes up underneath your arm and just begins to try to eat some of your food too.
Yeah, no, you had yours. She'll give him the toast crust. She don't like the crust.
Holy shit.
What were you saying?
Your
Elsie?
dog sounds sick. I was just saying this entire time.
No, I
that's,
just
like,
you could say it.
food's
I
been-
suck at making dog noises, Elsie. Just say it.
Oh, damn! It was mean.
Yeah, just say it. It's
I-
fine.
Fuck you up.
No.
This entire time, that breakfast has been being prepared, people talking and stuff. Artem has mostly just been kind of walking around.
Mm.
More or less. Yeah, he seems a bit for the first few minutes. He seemed a bit more unstable at walking than how you've seen him so far.
Hmm. Like how noticeable? Like his gait is off, even given
His
everything.
gait is off more than it usually is, and there are times where it feels like he almost oversteps and his cane has to come down relatively hard, like a very loud crack against the thing to catch him.
Yeah.
It only lasts like a few minutes before it seems to return to its normal gait.
Huh. And this was while we were all talking.
Yeah, this is just
Now
while
he's
you
fine.
guys are talking and stuff.
Okay, well, keeping that one in mind. He's just been pacing in the living room.
Yeah, he's just been pacing.
Sussy. Okay.
Sussy.
Sussy Baka.
Sussy Baka. Yeah. All right. Is he chilling with us at breakfast or?
Yeah, when breakfast is cold, he comes over. He
Yeah.
doesn't eat much, but he does come over.
Yeah. She keeps looking like she wants to say something, not even just to Artem, but just in general. But every time she goes to open her mouth, she just pauses, and then takes another bite of her breakfast. See if she can't quite figure out how she wants to word, hey, come hang out with us.
Mega. Hey, here's a
Oh.
membership card. Do it
Yeah.
like you're selling a timeshare.
Yeah,
That would work.
exactly.
We have a great opportunity for you today.
Yeah, exactly. Boy, do I have the opportunity of a lifetime for you.
It's like you go to Hawaii and they're like free buffet, but you have to listen to the timeshare proposal.
Exactly.
Yeah. She reaches up to adjust her glasses before just taking them off and tucking them into her pocket and sort of wiping her hand across her face. Before she looks up and gives a bit of a smile and goes, "Well, I hope the treatment has been satisfactory."
It was very kind and generous, yes. Thank you.
Of course. We we at the Eye appreciate the work that you did last night.
Mm-hmm.
All of you a debt for this. A debt that will be paid in gold, of course, but well, your work has been recognized as good work, and if any of you were looking for employment opportunities, perhaps a side job, you would find it here.
And the good treatment is your way of sweetening us for this.
The good treatment is because I understand how to treat a guest in my home.
That is fair.
Oh,
What are the terms of this offer?
0?
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, 0? Shit. Doesn't look like you. Just like looking around at the decor.
I consider my organization my home. It is not literally my house. I live over there. She points to a different building.
Communal living.
I am not a stranger to the necessities of sometimes seeking allies to fulfill a goal. I would just like to know the terms of this offer.
That would be for Mr. Ibrahimov to further define. However, I will say this. He was very impressed by all of you.
Would we know, or at least would Tex know that the Golden Eye is Golden Eye?
Gilded.
Gilded Eye. Golden Eye.
Golden
Eye. I mean, she could call it the Golden Eye, probably.
Yeah, the Golden Eye. That they're kind of like boundless only, or I don't know how public knowledge they're.
I don't know how public knowledge that is either. Just me as like the lore keeper. I don't know how public knowledge that would be. Probably. I don't know.
I mean, if every time the Eye shows up and somebody's using magic, whether or not they know it, I feel like it would probably be like a rumor. It's a bunch of fucking wizards. Like,
yeah. I mean,
the most important thing they're good to Strifikans, right? They're good to, because I see a lot of them here. They have been well sheltered and they don't go around. Apart from Anton, who's sus, but
Anton's sus and yeah, he sucks.
Isn't he human?
Yes.
Octavian's human.
Octavian is human, yeah.
But from what we heard from Toby, and that Octavian is not his target, then I will assume that they are actually they are good to
They're at
Strifika.
the very least not bad.
Not bad.
Yeah, I mean, you saw Gregor. He seems well taken care of and,
Yeah.
and well respected.
Yep. And yes, Fear as
Despite
well, right?
being-
Yes,
'Cause
Fear is,
she-
yes.
Yeah, and yes, Fear.
Yep.
Gregor is well liked and well respected despite being a fucking weirdo. So I mean, that's something.
I love
Yeah,
him!
exactly.
He's
Exactly.
a
Yes.
creepy
Where
Strifika.
is he?
My friend.
Let's have a conversation.
He's probably fishing.
Let's be weirdos together.
Probably
Exactly.
fishing. He has fishing bait now.
Got bait.
True.
Where the fuck is he fishing, in the channel? That shit must have a worse fish. Oh man.
Are you guys like all magic-y and shit?
A large majority of our members are gifted, of course, but we do not discriminate.
Eh. I don't know. I've got all the work I need, and her eyes kind of flick over to Doc. I think I'm
It's done.
good.
Understandable.
I won't say yes or no until I hear the full offer.
Yeah, I would love to hear the terms of this arrangement before I make a decision, but I will say
Oh, is that not
I'm
it?
not
Shit.
No. The big
Oh.
man is going to come to talk to us soon.
Yes.
Yeah. I knew that. Mm-hmm.
If I have a word of advice for all of you, just do your best to be respectful. If you want something, you're more likely to get it with a smile than with a grimace.
Well, I've never been unreasonable. You've shown us respect. I will show you respect.
Of course. And she turns specifically to Creed, and then her eyes dart over a little at Tex, but she's basically looking at Creed like, you better be on your best behavior, you fucking ugly bitch.
He's just eating a steak.
He doesn't even notice it.
No.
Excellent. And then she will sigh a bit, and then she will reach into her pocket and put her glasses back on and sort of just resume her eating.
All right. After a little while, the door opens, and the massive, wide-shouldered form of Octavian ducks under the doorframe as he enters. His hair is immaculately styled, face freshly shaven, and he wears a faint but pleasant cologne. This morning he has chosen a perfectly tailored, unblemished dark blue suit with a matching silk shirt underneath. Coming in behind him, we see both Anton and Dimitri. Dimitri you're well associated with at this point. Human man, somewhat medium length, dark brown hair, chiseled jaw, slightly pale complexion. You have seen him very openly create flame from his hand as a way of self-defense and protecting the compound. Anton, on the other hand, is also human. Wears, glasses. Not like Fear, but a little more, like a normal person would wear. Handsome, but always a little, observant, if you will. Always looking about, reading the room, reading people, reading everything around him. Almost in a shifty kind of way. Almost as in a, if anything goes wrong, how can I turn what I see around? He walks behind Octavian with a air of self-importance. Octavian himself walks towards you all, flashing a pleasant smile that is both intimidating and somewhat disarming. A strange charisma flows from him that is almost intoxicating. Thank you all for accepting my invitation to stay here tonight. I would never forgive myself if the very people who saved my life walked out of my compound and wound up hurt. I would never wish harm to come to any of you. He pulls out a seat and sits, kind of unbuttoning his suit jacket. As I've no doubt Yesfir has mentioned on my behalf, I wish for all of you to officially join the Gilded Eye, exclusively. I am prepared to offer a monthly stipend to each of you of 150 gold for your service. And I will even offer to get this young child into one of the best universities in Chitern, if she wants. With that comes a bit of responsibility. Some of you, I know, keep in revolving door in your businesses. Those businesses would exclusively be for Gilded Eye purposes. Some of you work with other organizations. We are not closed off to offer our help to those organizations if they so choose to make an acquaintance with us. And if they do not, well, then no partnership can be had, I suppose, with that organization. With this, you have the respect that being a member of the Gilded Eye carries. You have the protection that my name carries. And you'll be well rewarded and taken care of. From the day you say yes to the day we part ways, one way or another.
X's hand has slowly started to raise.
Yes, young lady.
What are your purposes? Like you said for your purposes, but I'm like,
Mostly
got like a mission statement. Or...
freelance work. Protecting our interests. Whether through diplomatic means or more aggressive negotiations.
What interests?
Our best interests.
She kind of like waits to see if he's just anything else. Like,
Mm,
no.
I imagine you'll get more answers when you join, Tex. If you join.
Very astute.
Mr. Octavian, if I may.
You may.
I see the value of partnership with you and your organization, and that is not lost on me. I feel like much of what I do would be benefited if I were to associate with you. My question to you would be, How negotiable is the exclusivity? Because that, unfortunately, I cannot offer. Everything else will be in your service, my powers, my talents, and perhaps I could see about extra eyes if needed. I'll have to speak with a few people, but how
I take great
Adamant.
pride in the protection of this city under my watch. Had I not been under the weather last night, the riots wouldn't have gotten as far as they did. Working for me exclusively is for your best benefit, for your protection, and so we all can better protect Ratcrest and Greater Chitara and beyond. Because no one else is going to help us.
I understand that, sir. Again, the riots yesterday were brought forth by a misguided soul. Now, as I said, I cannot offer exclusivity. I can offer partnership.
Then what can you offer?
I will work for you. Well, I'm assuming that the direct orders of whatever you're going to give us will be coming from our friend Yesfair here, as been your contact and perhaps your most trusted advisor between all of us, among all of us. I will help, protect, defend her and anyone that might be part of whatever mission or task you give us. I'll offer my own talents, as peculiar as they might be, in the benefit of your cause, as long as it doesn't clash with my cause. Which I assume it won't, from what I've seen of your treatment so far of Yasfir and Gregor, I think was his name.
Yes.
Well, I have heard from Sebastian, I believe your name was.
Sebastian Riz, at your service, sir.
Anyone else cares to speak up on this behalf, on this matter?
Well, I might as well. Many gangs in Ratcrest have come to me, asking me to join them. They wish the aid of a skilled blacksmith and someone who can make boundless artifacts. But every time I always ask them one question. Who are their real enemy? And they always give me dumb answers. The bloody Strifikans. The gods. They never get the real purpose. I want you to tell me, Octavian. Who are your real enemies?
Anyone who would bring harm, suffering, and destruction to my city is my real enemy.
And while this side of this city, the city we all love, burned, and the other side was gleaming white, how did you feel?
I felt a great sense of purpose. Because once the smoke clears, I know the way forward.
Haytham is sort of fiddling with an item you haven't seen on his hand up until now. It's a silver ring, very about as wide as a class ring, with at the front of it is a ebon hand facing forward, made with onyx. And he looks at Octavian and says, "That is the best answer I've gotten from any gang. However, I will join, but on one condition that must be discussed upon privately, not in present company."
He looks behind him over at Anton. That can be arranged. All right then.
One more question, if I may, Mr. Octavian.
But of course.
You wish to protect your city and make it better. Yes?
Always.
What place would those of my kin have in your society? And I'll just tuck a lock of dark hair to show a pointed ear of half Strifika nature. What is your vision?
What place would they have? They would have the same rights of anyone who wanted to better Ratcrest and Greater Treter and beyond. If they wished to progress this great city forward, they would have the same rights and privileges as everyone else at the table.
Thank you. And we'll just lean back and watch the others.
Well, I appreciate the civility and grandeur that you have shown me, but I apologize. I will never be affiliated with any singular gang. I am, of course, always open for contract, but
That is affiliation, no?
open for contract for anyone. I will never be part of a gang.
The second you accept a contract for a gang, you're a part of that gang, until said contract is over.
There is a
You
reason
could
that
consider
payment
this
comes
an
at the end.
extended contract.
I will not accept any extended contracts. I try to stay neutral when I can.
You don't join the Baker's Guild buying from a bakery.
He looks a bit surprised at the remarkable analogy that Tex just did.
Yeah, seriously, damn.
She's smart.
Well.
And I still don't. You haven't said what you want us to do.
Sure I did. I gave you a
Be at your beck and
proposition.
call.
Green Creed. Yes. What say you? As long as I get paid, I don't care.
I knew that.
Fair enough.
He is the purest.
It's like,
They're
hey,
gold?
that's it. GGZ.
So we have 3 who have no interest. And 2 who just, one who just cares about gold, and the other a secret conversation.
It's not that I don't have interest, Mr. Octavian. Much on the contrary, I would love to be seen in your good graces and work with you. I just cannot give you exclusivity that you desire. If that is acceptable for you, then by all means, I will partner with your organization. As long as the goals align, my service would be yours. Exclusivity I cannot quite give you. Sure you understand.
Well, don't get me wrong, I understand everyone's position. Except for the small girl, she seems to just be questioning for the sake of questioning. But
I'm not. And I'm not small. You don't make a bargain unless you know what you're giving up. You don't make a deal unless you know what you're giving up. You hadn't said what you wanted.
I offered you a job.
Doing what?
What does it matter?
It matters.
Well, private conversation can be had then. Doctor, thank you so much for your service. Anton told me that you were a great help. I'll have some gold sent to your establishment. Sebastian, Rex, I hope you both have a wonderful day. You're free to leave.
Very well.
Kind of looks at the doc.
The office is on the table, Mr. Octavian, if you ever change your mind.
I know it is.
Think about perhaps the benefits. And you might have some. I'll stand up and nod at the others, and I'll see you when I see you, I suppose. And I'll start taking my leave.
Artem
And I'll
stands
look
up.
at Esphere and say, I can't do exclusivity, darling. And I'll start making my way out unless someone does anything or says anything.
She turns her head and sort of cocks it to the side a bit, and then leans back in her chair like she's going to push up, and then her head just snaps back towards Octavian, and she sits forward and just wraps her hand around her cup.
Doctor, I can have a cart pulled around for you if you don't wish to walk back to your clinic.
That is very generous, but I am capable of walking.
Alright.
He stands up and says, of course, short-term job offers, you can always contact me as you have before. And if you feel any unusualness with your body, I will gladly see if that's experimental medicine has had side effects.
I appreciate that. Thank you for your time.
He'll nod, begin to move towards the door. Does text follow? Or no?
Kind of looks a little conflicted. But yeah, she'll push out. Come on, Ty.
Follows you. Sometimes business arrangements don't go how we wish. That is life. He stands up, moves to the bar, and pours himself a drink. Now, Mr. Reed, what is it you wish to discuss with me?
He looks around at the people still in the room.
No, they've left.
I assume this is
They're gone.
no but his people are
Oh
here.
yeah,
or is
his
he
people
here
are still
himself?
here. Yes,
Yeah,
Dimitri,
that's what I'm saying.
Anton, and Jesper are still here.
He looks around at his people and goes, "I assume this is what your definition of privacy."
Everyone in this room is trustworthy to a fault.
All right. He takes off his ring, sets it off on the table.
Unless, of
And
course,
he
you'd be
is
more
going-
comfortable with them not here.
I would actually.
Very well. Yeah. Dimitri, stay on your post. Anton, gather up the things that I discussed with you this morning. Yes, Fear, you're free to do what you wish with your afternoon. I don't think I'll be needing your assistance for the moment.
She looks a little conflicted before she just cautiously nods and gets up out of her chair, gives a nod to Hatham, and then will make her way out.
As you're making your way out, you hear very, very quietly whispered, only you hear it, I am disappointed.
She's gonna go up to her room and go get changed. It's it's crime time.
It's crime time.
Do we
So
get
bad.
paid on the way out?
Yes, you do. You
Or
get
not.
you get your money, yeah. Yeah.
How much is it that we're getting
It
paid?
was 100
100
gold.
each.
100 gold. Okay.
For Creed, it's 200.
Yeah,
Hold on,
Creed
man.
gets 200.
Yeah.
Which Creed
okay.
Creed just sits there like drinking an ale, and he's like, "Do you want me to? Should I?" Yes, Creed. I'll have your payment sent to the delirious geese. Thank you for your service. Yeah, right.
The,
He just stands
the
up
Creed
and leaves.
join? I missed that. Did he join?
He just said as long as he gets paid.
Yeah.
That's yes, I guess. Yeah.
It's like a
That's-
maybe.
That's a
It's
maybe.
like it gives Rick the option to say
Yeah,
no
it is-
later.
it is him being ambiguous because the player is not here.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah, Creed's just like, run me my money, and then when later is like, okay, so here's your first day at work. Creed's like, I never said that. I never said that, bitch. None.
I didn't sign no contract. That's not my name.
That's not my name. That's
I
not
don't know how
my
to
name.
write my name.
So yeah,
I don't know how to write. Jokes on you.
he stands there kind of staring at the drink he made. All right, Mr. Reed, the floor is yours.
How far does your reach extend? Beyond the walls of the city?
To the sister city, Corthian.
That's across the continent, right?
Yes,
Fuck yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
we have
Damn.
a small foothold there. Nothing too impressive, but enough.
Man said, I asked him how far your reach goes. He goes, oh, you know, the other side of the world. Over there. I'm like, okay, cool. I'll look at him and go, I used to run about this city when I was young. Grew up here in Radcrest. Orphan, you know, urchin, as most kids are.
Mm-hmm.
And I never really found a place to live, to belong. We lived in a gang, and that gang died when the leader decided to go and become unreasonable, to say the least. Then I went on my own, started pickpocketing across the river. And what I found was enough gold to live, but not enough gold to make a name for myself. I was raised there, found there by a man who could impart his magic into artifacts, similar to my talents. Taught me everything he knew. Lived there most of my life, in the upper crust of society. Then he puts the ring on the table. Then he was killed.
Hmm.
He was killed by men and women wearing rings like this. And wearing masks of equal ebony and onyx. They called themselves the Ebon Glade. And I do not know how far their reach extends. But he was a member of them, and he was killed for betraying them. And he chose the hand on the ring. He held a leadership position of some sort, and then he was betrayed. I'd like to know why and who they are. I've been trying to find on my own, but I've been leading to dead ends. I'll join your gang if your connections can help me.
I myself have never heard of this Ebon Glade. But, as I have said, my reach goes far. I'm sure someone I'm associated with has.
I have a long life left to live. I am a patient man. I don't care how long it takes, as long as it happens. I'll join you for as long as you need me. I'm sure you can use an inventor.
Always. I appreciate your openness and your honesty with me, Mr. Reed. But you have misspoken twice now, and I would hate for there to be a third. The Gilded Eye is not a gang. We are an organization, and we are a family.
My apologies. I was merely speaking from experience.
I understand.
I will watch my tongue. An organization and a family. And now you have your own private forge.
That is ironic, because the one we had been using burnt down, destroyed in the riot, so...
Try not to hire racists.
I appreciate this,
Well,
and I appreciate you speaking with me with candor.
I may not be your strongest, Boundless. I can only do it on objects. But I'm here to help.
Boundless come in all shapes and sizes. As long as you're useful, as long as you're loyal, and as long as you help protect this city. That's all.
Yes. I'd hate to see this city keep burning.
Since this city birthed you much like it did me, I feel I can trust you to keep the peace and the loyalty. I am fully willing to accept you into the fold, Mr. Reed.
On my father's grave, solemn oath, I will keep the peace.
Wonderful. I still have much work to attend to this afternoon, but I will be in touch.
Very well. You know where to find me. My forge is across the city.
I am familiar. He motions towards the door.
Yeah, I'll step out.
All right. You head back to your shop, I'm assuming. Excellent.
Is Yesfi around?
I'm assuming no.
Not particularly. You might catch her just as she's leaving, depending on how long that conversation took. But
Hmm.
she's going
We'll
to
say
go
nah.
remove some stress.
About my
As I
forge.
leave, I
Remove
would
some stress.
I would have immediately Tim begin searching for Toby.
Okay. All right. Artem and Tex, what are you guys doing?
Artem is returning to his office, hopefully with Tex. He a little bit like if she goes to go off, he would be like, "Do you mind accompanying me to my office?"
Yeah, sure thing.
Thanks. Yeah, he would just be going home.
That's it? Okay, cool.
Well, I mean, he'll do something when he's home, but right now, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, what? You, what are you guys doing?
Oh, okay. Yeah, when he gets
We get
home,
The bodies
It's a
Yeah.
little
are gone,
smashed up.
obviously.
yeah, I figured Gregor's probably.
Yeah.
um, he'll open the door and like nod as to you can come inside towards Tex.
You push open the door. It's still broken from when they kicked it in.
Ah,
Just.
Yeah.
he sighs.
It's had a bit of a number on the hinges.
Yes, unfortunately. He's like frowning because he's like, God, I'm gonna have to fix that. um, but he'll start moving upstairs and say, and as he's walking, he'll keep speaking, like he'll start speaking as if to expect Tex to follow and say,
Mhm.
I didn't expect it to go that easily.
Easily. What do you mean?
Well, I expected at least a little more intimidation. I mean, don't get me wrong, they took all their executives, they took some of their executives into there with us, but I'm concerned there's going to be more coming.
Like he's gonna make us join.
Possibly.
You heard of those guys before?
Yes, and I'm sure you have too. Maybe not their name, but you know what they've done. They are common around these parts. I've worked with them in the past.
His city.
He does chuckle a bit at that, with like a nod, like, yeah, that's that is ridiculous.
How do you expect someone to do a job if they don't know what they're agreeing to? Stupid. You just want someone to do whatever he says.
That is how their people work. Organizations like his, once you get in them, leaving them is a bit trickier.
Yeah.
Denying them, to my knowledge, is also trickier. If it is fine with you, I prefer if you stay here a few nights.
I gotta check on my place. Probably got all smashed up. Yeah. Fine.
Thank you. And he sits down on the couch he has upstairs, and he reaches into his inside pocket and tosses a leather pouch onto the table. And it is a stained red leather pouch with a T on it, and he kind of just nods towards it.
That for me.
I would like to say Happy Crowns Day, but
Yeah. She kind of like waits for a second and then like will snatch it, open it up.
snatch it. It is a stained red leather belt pouch. Like so it can be attached to a belt, embossed with leather T on the front of it, all fancy like. Uh, and on the inside is remarkable, a knife of remarkable quality. It doesn't even look like it at first when you first pull it out. It seems to be just the handle of a knife, with fire opals attached to the sides of it, reflecting very, complementary colors with the red hair of Tex, and a small, uh, rod on the bit of the knife that flips out. That I'm assuming she managed to figure out to pull out.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
unfolds into just a very pretty silvery knife.
Wow. Shit, Doc, this is cool. Really? You sure?
It's the man that you met today, Hatham, made it. It's made in the Adventum folding style. I know how you like to collect foreign objects.
Wait, you had it made? She
He
kind of
nods.
starts like flipping it. That, yeah, it's really sick. I have something for you too. She rummages through her gunny sack and pulls out something not nearly as well made, and infinitely more silly. Um, I thought it would go with. She kind of gestures around the room, and pulls out a little ashtray that's made. What is it? Hold on, I wrote it down. Da-da-da-da-da-da. From like a tiny, tiny skull. That's kind of like elongated and it's got little fangs. Definitely an imp skull. It's kind of creepy and it's got like little ornate little carvings into the bone as well as the main base of the tray.
She's handing it over.
Yeah.
He'll take it with his little left hand and looks over it for a second and says, "Now, did you find this, steal it, or eat it?"
I bought it from that peddler guy who was like in town like 3 weeks ago. Yeah, that's all like a whole bunch of like random like trinkety nonsense. I thought it was funny.
He smiles and he does have an ashtray like on his table where he puts the kiln step when he's done using it. But it is just like a relatively normal stone ashtray.
Yeah.
And he'll slide out of its normal space and set that imp skull there. Uh, and says, "Thank you, Dex.
I know
I'm
it's not as
concerned what you think
fancy.
about my style, but thank you, Tex.
It's
It is very
cool.
interesting. It is fairly cool.
Happy Crown's Day.
Happy Crown's Day. You can certainly bathe if you would be willing." He says, like, waving towards where his bathroom is. And it seems like most people are like, "Please bathe." um, I will be watching out the front door for a while.
Yeah. All right. I'll yeah, I'll see if I can
Your
fix the
dog
door.
pisses in the house, I'll toss him to the ocean.
He
Uh,
he has it in weeks.
Fine, I'll toss him to the lake instead.
That'd be good. Pull out from under the couch like a dog bed she's hid from you. Down.
You thought she hid from me.
Yeah, thought she hid from you. Down. Stay. Be good. She just vibes.
Artem does go downstairs, halfway to fix the door. Well, try and fix the door. The other half is to keep a lookout.
All right.
Nice.
Awesome. Sebastian, make a
Mhm.
investigation check.
Oh, okay. And I would also be like, every now and then, as I scout the city, I would be like touching something on inside my gloves that is not seen. But there's like a little bump on the left hand that I would not touch. This is just for flavor from my arcane spell components. Because I don't use spell components, I use arcane focus, which is a crystal on a gauntlet that I have that no one has seen. I have to describe that later. And I would be trying to cast message and trying to connect to Toby's mind. If you're around, please let me know. I really need to speak to you. It is an order. And let me roll my investigation. Hey, 12.
12. Okay. How long do you spend on doing this?
As long as it takes
Okay.
until I find him.
Excellent. Awesome. Well, yes, Fear. What are you doing?
She's gotten a little bit too still and is now having some pent up emotions that she doesn't quite want to think about. So she's gonna go out and she's gonna go find people that I'm assuming she has on a long list of problems that I should deal with eventually. And she's gonna go deal with them.
Excellent.
I suppose. I don't know. Here's the issue that I'm having. I didn't remember Toby until you just said Toby, but now I don't want to be like, we're gonna go fight over him. But it also does make sense. So I'm just gonna not. I'm gonna say that she's a little too irritated. She's gonna go just rough up the first person on her hit list that she can find.
Okay. Good to know. So you're just going to beat up some people.
Basically, yeah.
All right. Excellent. That's incredible.
She's gonna go beat up some people, teach them a lesson. Don't fuck with the eye, or I'll fucking kill you.
Can
you
you
stupid
imagine?
bitch. And then she's gonna go get the shit kicked out of her.
Can you imagine the fucking guy that you beat the shit of in the rooftop comes out of a shop? Just some
Oh my
other
god.
doctor, and
Just
goes,
metal
"Thanks-
hands.
Thanks for helping me." And you just come swinging from the side of the fucking
Yeah,
street and
exactly.
kick him in the face.
I hope it's that. Oh my god, wait, did Handless ever show up at the doc's shop? Is there like giant pools of blood that were coming from his stumps, like outside of the doctor's shop?
No, he didn't show up, unfortunately.
Damn it! Probably bled
He will
out.
soon though.
Yeah, he might have bled out. Who knows?
You know, I give him a shot.
You did. You kicked him off the roof onto the thing. The rest was up to him.
It's about the possibility that they'll come back.
Yeah, exactly. Hatham, you return to your shop.
Yes.
And untouched, you see that same block that you had saved that woman. You see like the huge like explosive scorch mark from where those goblins just got incinerated. Just...
Every single goblin is just a skid mark across a building.
Yeah,
just completely dead.
As that whole thing comes back to you, like, oof, yesterday was a long day.
Scary bitch.
Yeah. You go to your shop, unlock the door. Anything you wish to do in particular?
I'm going. Is there a courier service in the city?
Yeah.
At Vacuum
absolutely.
Klein? Okay.
You that. Boy, so
Boy.
to take this message.
May I ask you?
Can somebody find me a young boy?
I'm just gonna, because I have a contract now, or at least one will be, drawn up or whatever the fuck. I'm just gonna get ready to be a private smith. So I'm going to make a sign, put it on the front of the door that says "closed until further notice," and I'm going to finish out any last commissions I have from farmers outside the walls, anybody, and just do a little bit of work to get my mind off the day. And then towards the end of the day, I'll try to get someone to get a message towards
Okay.
towards the Gilded Eye compound, see if how we can set up a supply chain, because I'm on the other side of the building, on the other side of the city. So I need to get my stuff to them. So
As you're a few hours into like the work that you need to get done, the commissions that you have planned, you hear the bell above your door. Ding, 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 ding. You could have sworn you locked your door, and you hear the door open and then close. Poking your head out into the main shop area.
gun drawn.
Yeah, that's your gun drawn. You see, pulling a hood down, is an umber-skinned Pyrokin woman, wearing a white poncho-style cloak with gold accents. The woman that you saw obliterate goblins the night before.
I don't know if I'm having a hallucination, but I've seen you twice today, and now you're in my shop.
Oh, hello. Hatham Reed, South End Ratcrest. A forge? Smithy?
In the flesh.
Locksmith? What is it that you do? Can you put that down? I would hate to take your hand off.
I'll put it down.
Such nice hands. Well, I did some research, and I wanted to see where the vigilante at night gets up to in the daytime. Not much of a shop, but it's to be expected.
It's humble.
Ratcrest and all.
It's meant to be humble, inconspicuous.
Oh, sure. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Why are you here?
Why are you here?
Why am I here? I live here. This is my home and business.
No, like, the ambiguous why are you here in Ratcrest? What did you do? What went so wrong in your life that you're here?
Oh. This has to do with and he rubs his horns.
Yes.
I don't know, to be perfectly honest. I was born here.
And Ratcrest.
Yes.
Strange. Any matter. I was wondering if I could commission a piece from you, Mr. Master Smith.
And he looks around. Well, I suppose I can. What do you need?
My name is Dimihon, by the way. You never asked me my name. Quite rude, but you are from Ratcrest, so it's to be expected.
I figured I wouldn't want to ask the burglar who came into my home their name.
But your door was unlocked. I simply turned the door handle and it was opened.
I don't believe it was. I never leave it unlocked.
Look at your locks.
However, it doesn't matter. What do you need?
Quite a lot of locks.
Dimihon.
If you're on the other side of the bridge, you wouldn't need so many.
I like this side of the bridge.
Why?
It's got character. Everyone on the other side is a bit too much in their own arse.
What I call caked in shit, you call character. That is interesting. Anyways.
What I call uptight and smug, you call nobility.
Well. We are a bit uptight and smug, aren't we? And you're a bit caked in shit. It simply is the way of the world.
Indeed. Now, before we keep bobbing at each other,
Oh, but it's so fun. You're such a good barber.
what do you need?
Well, do you do jewelry?
He goes to a back drawer in a very very intricate looking armoire, and he opens up the armoire, and uh, he opens up the top of it, and he takes out a sample.
She's
It's
incredibly
very
nosy.
intricate.
She is like watching you, like 3 feet
Yeah.
behind you, just like watching everything you do.
Please, please.
I've never been inside a Ratcrestian establishment before. I'm quite intrigued.
He takes out a necklace, and it's what he would describe as a very intricate, very nice silver necklace, multiple layerings on the front. It has it has the necklace piece and then another chain under it that sort of crisscross with more chains and like little jewels across in like little segments of it. I do jewelry.
Oh, I can see you are quite talented. Why did you study?
Here, self-taught.
Oh, well, okay. Well, who did you apprentice under then?
None. Haven't found someone with the talent yet.
No, you yourself. Who did you apprentice under?
No one. Like I said. I merely picked up the talent from watching other smiths. And then when I had enough funds from running around with the local gangs, I opened up my own shop. And would you like me to roll a deception check?
You can.
Just because it's fun.
Mm-hmm.
19.
I was really hoping you crit again.
Yeah, me too.
Your name's actually Harold, and you did teach yourself.
Yep.
Yeah, right?
Right. Self-taught, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Who would teach you, a lowly peasant, on this side of the bridge?
Of course. Of course.
Well.
Anyway, what piece would you like?
You can see she was like, because you're wearing your ring, right?
Yes. He never takes it off.
Yeah, she was like looking at it.
He
for
only
a
took it
moment.
off to show.
That's interesting. Did you make that?
Indeed, I did. I'm gonna do another. I'm just gonna be fair. 20. Guys, I'm so happy I rolled good to have the charisma to be able
Right?
An interesting piece, for sure. Never seen anything like it.
Mm-hmm.
I think I would like one
Very
just like
hard
that,
to acquire
actually.
onyx.
Let's commission that.
You want my brand on your finger?
Why not?
Very well. He doesn't care. He'll make it. Whatever trouble she gets in is not his. He doesn't give a fuck.
Now, if I could commission
Question.
your other services, Hatham, Mr. Reed,
Which other services?
Mr. Hatham Reed.
Mm-hmm.
Your vigilante ones.
Uh-huh.
I admittedly don't know much about this hole that people call Ratcrest. But I know that you apparently do. And I know that you care enough to help people. There's we'll just call him a collector here in Ratcrest who has come upon something that I don't want him to have. Could you maybe, perchance, for the right price, break into his house and steal said item on my behalf?
Well, on your behalf.
I saw the little
Why
gadgets.
do I get this?
Little gadgets you are using. It looks like you can enter a home very easily.
Why do I get the feeling this man either crossed you at some point or is a former member of your organization of some kind?
Quite the contrary, actually. I've never met him.
If you never met this man, what object does he have that interests you?
Let's just say he has one of very few magically infused artifacts that exist. And I, nor the people I work with, wish for him to have it any longer. But for us to storm his estate and take it off of him, it would cause quite a stir, and we're trying not to cause stirs. So.
Of course. Especially after your dear general made that rousing speech on the bridge.
Oh yes, he's quite charismatic, isn't he?
You wouldn't want the populace to find out it was all bullshit.
Quite the contrary, it wasn't bullshit.
Uh-huh.
At this very moment, there is a soup kitchen at the edge of the bridge, and all are welcome to come and eat and be merry on this Crown's Day.
Very well. As long as the man's life is in no danger,
Well, that is
I
for
do not kill.
you to decide.
Oh, I'm just checking. You boundless army types are very, what's the word, trigger happy.
I was only trigger happy because I saw you in danger.
Yes, and I was handling the situation.
Wait,
Crippling them, maiming them. Yes. Regardless, where is this man's building? I'll take the contract.
I'm actually not too far from here. North a bit.
I'm gonna go to the back room. I should have like a map that I need to like. I'm gonna take out like a map. Point at the right building, please. North of here is not very helpful.
Oh, it should be one of these four. And she points to four that roughly make out an eye on the map.
I've never seen that before. Interesting.
Yes, it should be one of
Well.
those four buildings. Can't be sure, but I know you're a resourceful and intelligent man. You are a resourceful, intelligent man, right?
I am.
Of course.
However, in the off chance I can't complete this mission by myself, then that is that. I'll
Do you
gladly
have
take
friends?
no payment.
Do you have team? Do you always work
No.
alone?
I always work alone, but sometimes a contract cannot be completed by myself, and so I come back to the person who gave it to me and tell them to hire someone else. I like
Very
being
well.
honest. I'll scout the place, see what I can find.
I would like to not have to go through the trouble of hiring someone else. I did already go through the trouble of researching you as thoroughly as possible. So.
Which seems like an invasion of privacy, but I suppose you don't care.
It wasn't an invasion of privacy at all.
I'll take the
Anywho,
job.
How long until that ring is completed?
I can bang one out in 2 days. It's not too hard,
Shall I pay up front?
if you don't mind.
How much?
For a crummy little ring, probably like 10 gold. Not
Yeah.
too much.
It's 15. 5 for your troubles.
All right.
I'll
Guys,
come
I have
back.
so much money.
I'll come back in 2 days, and we'll see if you were able to figure the job out at all.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your time, Mr. Hatham Reed. I truly appreciate it.
Indeed.
Be seeing you around.
Mm-hmm.
She exits.
Every lock. And immediately, I'm gonna take out a rune from my gadget belt. It's going to be the Arcane Rune, and I'm gonna cast Detect Magic because I don't trust this bitch, and I feel like I'm being scryed on.
Detect magic. Currently,
Oh,
you do not
100%.
you do not sense any magical thing currently in the vicinity, except for, like, what you expect to find.
Yeah. Just gonna wave that around like an herb, just trying to get all the bad juju out of the room. 'Cause
Yeah,
that
you're
bitch-
cleansing your house. Like, no.
Cleansing my house.
Be gone, boundless.
Get out, demon bitch. Fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Shit. Damn. He's gonna look out, towards the outside and see if she's truly gone. If she's for real gone. I think Tim's interrupted.
Sorry, what are you doing?
I'm gonna look outside just to see if she's really gone.
Sure, roll perception check.
Absolutely. Get out of my life. Gone. Fuck. 10.
Oh, I mean, as far as you can tell, you see her disappear
gone.
behind a building on the street. So
Damn. All right. I'll talk to Yesfia tomorrow. For now, just relax. And I'm going to bang out the stupid ring. Really angry about it. Just pissed. As I do the
I
ring.
hate this bitch. I hate this bitch.
Fuck.
I hate this bitch.
But still, even as I do it angrily, it's so
Very delicate. He's like,
delicate. It's beautiful.
personally, I love this bitch. All right.
I love her too. Anything that can get me that emotionally
Listen.
and like angry is great.
You're such a good role player that you make us fall in love with your NPCs in the same measure that you make us hate the ones that are
so make
hated.
me hate him. I hate him.
Teehee.
Ah, bitch.
Speaking of hate, as a few hours have passed, as you kind of begin to relax, Artem, after repairing your door, you hear a knock at it.
Oh, I fixed it. He like tenses for a second, and it isn't who's behind it. It's is it gonna fall? Is it gonna fall?
It holds pretty steadily. Like, you're okay with fixing small things.
I can fix that
Yeah,
door
you,
for you, buddy.
you got to repair this entire thing. It's just small things, but it's a lot of small things, you know?
Yeah.
You go over and open the door.
You see standing there with a leather bag kind of over their shoulder. You see Anton from the Gilded Eye standing there. He kind of adjusts his glasses. Mr. Apologies, Dr. Artem Jakau. May I enter?
Of course. You'll take a step back.
Excellent. He moves right past you, kind of, nods at Tex if she's in the room, and kind of takes his bag off his shoulder and sets it down on, like, a coffee table type situation, and just turns. Before anything, Mr. Ibragimov wishes for me to extend an apology to you and your ward for how abruptly the meeting earlier went. He is not in the business of disappointing anyone or pushing anyone away without questions answered. So he has sent me here as an extension of the apology to better explain the circumstance going forward.
And answer the questions.
Answer any questions you might have, miss. He understands, reasonably, you're not interested in an exclusive contract with the Gilded Eye, and that's okay. Not everyone has to be exclusive. A non-committal association with the Gilded Eye, would that be more reasonable?
I take short-term contracts. He like has like a polite smile when he says it. It's just I accept short-term contracts.
That is precisely what we're offering.
As in only individual jobs. I will accept nothing about non-competition, exclusivity, and I won't accept anything that goes beyond a few weeks maximum. Individual work.
Job by job basis.
Exactly.
Mr. Ibragimov is ready and willing to accept those terms. He knows what you do for Yesphere and for the Gilded Eye occasionally when Gregor is too busy on his trips. The only thing he asks is that if anyone associated with the Stitch Reavers ever comes to you, you turn them away. It has come to our attention that they are infiltrating Tritaran, and any that are maimed or killed, he doesn't want them to be helped in any way by any professional. Would this be agreeable?
He taps his finger on the cane a bit and says, "To turn away a Stitch Reaver would be to bring their wrath down onto my services. I cannot promise to turn them away. However,
We can promise to protect you from their wrath. I can
assuming they
assure
don't
you,
burn my shop down at the exact time."
I can assure you, if you associate with the Stitch Reavers, it is only a matter of time, Dr. Jakau, before they find a reason to sew you and your ward, and possibly even that dog, together and watch you rot. Perhaps you're
I
not
think you feel
familiar
concerned.
with what the Stitch Reavers do and what they're capable of.
They hunt down boundless individuals and torture them to death, yes. It is not a agreeable practice. But keeping my head low is the way I survive. I can agree as long as it seems that turning them away will not be a danger. If 2 or 3 come to me, I can turn them away without issue. If a group comes to me, I hope you understand that I do have to worry about my safety.
I will let Mr. Ibragimov know of your answer, and I'm sure he'll proceed in the best way possible to keep you and your business safe.
Um, Can I make an insight check on that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Inside this bitch.
That was an
And on
accident,
her
but it
fucking
is 21.
35.
So reasonable.
Jesus.
21.
Uh,
That was meant to be
21.
public.
What are you trying to
I
insight?
believe
Well, first of all, he keeps mentioning like, I will tell Mr. Man. Is he actually planning on telling Mr. Man? That's first and foremost.
It is his job to do so. I will say this, even with that role, this man is hard to read.
Ooh.
Oh my God.
Holy shit.
I told you he has fucking 35 deception.
Yes.
I hate this bitch. Boo!
This,
You made him.
this guy has an air of he is just like you don't get any like this guy's magical vibes, but there's a reason he is where he is in the ranks of a boundless organization. And you're starting to pick up on that. You're like, maybe there's more to this guy than meets the eye. He is hard to read. But he's not he's very professional. Incredibly like
Okay.
pristinely professional. Like he is here on business and you can tell that.
Might as well be
Tell that.
Leon, the professional.
Okay. So let's tell you what I basically can't get a read on him. Okay.
Yeah, you're like trying to
That's
read
fine.
him and you're like fuck, nobody should like he's just blank. Like what the fuck?
Shit, he got his shit
No
together.
tell. No tell. Got it. No, I am still open for job contracts, as well as I can promise to turn away the Stitch Reavers when advisable,
Of course.
as long as they don't bring a full force to my doorstep demanding that I repair them after a full-on war. I'm sure it will be fine.
Mr. Ibragimov is well aware of the service that you lend to the people of Ratcrest. He would never want anything to happen to you or your business. Now you, ma'am, what questions might you have?
Well, I mean, it's pretty clear what you'd want the doc to do. I mean, he fixes people. But when I take jobs, people tell me what they want me to do, and I decide if I want to do it. So, what is it you want me to do?
The responsibilities of a member of the Gilded Eye are ever shifting, ever changing. From protection to infiltration to spying to diplomatic work, speaking with the people around Ratcrest, shopkeepers. Your responsibilities will be ever rotating within the organization itself. Now, if you take the same stance that Dr. Jakal here has taken, or want to remain neutral, then it's perfectly fine. At that point, it'll be a job-by-job basis, as Dr. Jakal himself has agreed to.
And if you come to me with a job and I don't want to do it,
Then you do not have to do it. Mr. Ibragimov, nor the
what was
Gilded
so
Eye
hard about that?
will ever take away the free will of you or anyone else.
Insight check
Roll an insight check.
with my plus
You're still
nothing.
trying. It's commendable.
Hey, we can crit and also roll
Maybe he rolls a
maximum
one.
on. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
If we crit and he rolls a natural 1, we might get a little bit of information.
Get a little bit of
Just a
info,
little bit.
yeah.
He's hard to read. He is in full business mode. He is giving you. He is just spitting straight facts at you. He is doing what
Oh, shit.
he
He's
is
straight
He's kind of
spitting
spitting
facts.
right now. He's spitting right now.
Yeah.
So, why didn't the other guy just say that?
Mr. Ibragimov, he is one that when he offers you something, he offers it from a place of care and friendship. not one to demand. And when you say no or question it, a piece of that friendship cracks. He is a man built
So you're just
on respect.
butthurt about it. Cool.
He is a man built on respect.
And vagaries.
No.
Bullshit.
Try to be polite, Tex.
I
I thought you only liked like magic people.
Who told you that?
I'm not like everyone.
Everyone told you
You're
that.
just a whole bunch of magic people.
Who in particular told you that? Where did you hear that?
I mean, I don't know, word on the street?
No, it's rumor and innuendo you speak from. I understand.
Sure.
Any other questions you might have?
Yeah, I guess I'll just do what the doc does. I mean, like, I'm not gonna do what the doc does. If you have something you want me to do, and you want to pay me for it, then tell me what it is you want me to do, and I'll tell you if I want to do it.
Excellent. Perfect segue. He reaches into the leather bag and pulls out a few cases. Pulls out.
Takes out a Segway.
Yeah, pulls out a Segway. Pulls
Also,
out.
just to clear the air, I'm not like his ward or his kid or like, no. I talk to him sometimes.
Holy shit.
Thank you for the clarification. I'll be sure
Yeah.
that we file that away.
I'm not a child. Thank you.
I am not baby. Okay.
I'm not baby.
Apologies. Going forward, you'll be treated with the respect that every adult deserves. Now,
Thank you.
he reaches into the bag, pulls out three, leather folders, basically. Kind of unwraps one, sets it down. You want to know what Mr. Ibragimov has to offer as a job? It's a fairly simple one. He pulls out a few pieces of parchment and sets it on the table. Cracked Coal Smithing. It's one of the oldest smithies in Rackrest. It is run by Theobald Cole, a dwarven man of nearly 300 years. His children see to the day-to-day, and he works the forge quietly. After the fires of 87, Octavian offered to help him rebuild. But Theobald refused and rebuilt on his own. Unfortunately for him, he wrapped all of his money up in the rebuilt smithy, and now, sadly, during the riots, it was destroyed. Mr. Ibragimov asks that if you accept this job, you go to him, offer to repay to rebuild his home on behalf of the Gilded Eye. And the only thing Mr. Ibragimov asks in return is to be owed a potential favor at some point in the future. He opens the next folder, pulls out a few pieces of parchments. Helena's Hermetics is a fairly new alchemist shop that shirked Mr. Ibragimov's outstretched hand of friendship when she first opened shop, and sadly has now burnt to the ground. She is a young human woman from Arvander. She is headstrong and independent, which are respectable traits to have. Sometimes, however, one must learn their place in the grander scheme of things. Every last coin to her name was just spent on a rare mountain herb that is indigenous to Advendum. So with her storefront being destroyed, she currently is copperless. Offer her the same offer from Mr. Ibragimov that you might offer Mr. Cole. Lastly, opens the last case, pulls out a few parchments, sets it down. Solutions is an ironically named armor and weapon shop. The head armor and weaponsmith is a fairly level-headed human, a man named Jonathan Silvercloud. He had been operating in the city for roughly a decade, coming over on a ship from Advendum. He is one of the best metal workers on the continent, and even created the blueprint for some of our associates' more unique weapons. Sadly, not only did his shop go up in flames, but so did his warehouse, where many of his commissions were stored. Sad, really, but Mystery Bragomov is willing to lend a hand to help him, much like the other two. The job is simple. Dr. Jakal, Miss Rex, go to these people with your partners in crime, so to speak. Give them an offer on Mystery Bragomov's behalf. Get their answer. And then you all collect your payment from Mystery Bragomov and be on your merry way. Until, perhaps, the next job he might have for you.
We have to go with the others to these locations.
Mystery Bragomov has made it abundantly clear to me, and potentially yes, Fear, that given the great work that you did in saving his life, all of you together, and all of you as a unit, well, that's just good business.
Is that Creed guy coming?
I am sure Green Creed will be offered the same. Yes,
I have another question.
of course.
So normally when like the doc works or like Mr. Reed works, like they pick the right tool for the job.
Yes.
This doesn't really seem to align into our skill set.
On the contrary, actually. Dr. Jakal, there might be injuries. These people might have sustained injuries during the riots when their places burnt down, trying to save their belongings. Mr. Hatham Reed, I
I
apologize.
do mean this in the nicest possible way. There is no reason to deceive us here. We have denied the direct joining of your association to avoid being known, being connected. So the result is you offer us jobs that will show us in public with people aligned with you, and also speak on the behalf of your organization, thus pushing us towards further agreeing with you and being locked into you regardless, just by opinion. Which is fine, don't get me wrong. It's very, very clever. But you don't have to give an excuse for why you want us to do this job. It is fairly obvious.
Yeah, like
If
I'm
it's
not the
fairly
person someone would be
obvious,
like,
then
oh,
if
go
you
talk to
could
this person.
please enlighten me as to what's obvious about it.
As I've just explained. By
Well,
showing
then
us in public with...
if that's what you mean, then I can assure you that you are wrong.
If you're, setting people out to go like extend the hand of friendship for some deal, why don't you go? No one's ever said I'm good at talking to people, so
There's a reason these people weren't already
want me to go
in,
punch people?
in
I
the
can punch
fold.
people. I'm skilled at that.
Mystery Bragomov has
I
already
fight down
been
with the ghosts.
denied a hand of friendship by these people. So we send you as a second extension of that hand of friendship.
But why do you think we're gonna be any better?
Because you have the skills necessary.
I just look at the doc like, what the fuck is he on about?
Well, either he is doing what I suggested, or he is suggesting that we use force to chase them into a deal.
Just
Mr.
fucking say
Mystery
it. God.
Bragomov and the Gilded Eye do not dictate how you take your jobs, how you do them, and how you see to their conclusion. That is 100% up to you and whoever you wish to do this job with.
So, you want us to bully these people who just had their shops burned down?
If that is the wording you wish to use, that is up to you.
What happened to, like, protecting Ratcrest? Supporting it?
That is what's happening here. We can't let these shops be gone forever. Solutions arms people who need to be armed. Helena's hermetics, as I'm sure Dr. Tricao no doubt has experienced, is one of the best alchemist shops in Rackrest. And without a smithy, people can't have things like window frames or door hinges. We need these things for Ratcrest to thrive.
If you would be so kind as to leave the envelopes behind, I will read over them and get in contact with Yesphere.
Very well. Closes up the bag, leaves behind the folders and the papers, puts the bag back on his shoulder. Thank you all so very much for your time. The Gilded Eye, Mystery Bragamov, and myself are gracious for your hospitality. Have a wonderful day. He opens the door and leaves.
The second he's out of the door. So, why the fuck are these people saying so many words and not saying anything? I don't get it. If they
Good
want us to
question.
do something, why don't you just say it?
It's part of their game. You'll go over and like open up one of the folders, just kind of like vaguely looking inside. It's pleasant how we deny being connected to them, and the first jobs they offer us is to walk in broad daylight under their name.
What he was saying about offering the hand of friendship. And these people did that and denied it. And we denied it. If we don't, he's just gonna do the same.
It will get done when one way or another, yes.
I don't like being backed into a corner.
Well, fortunately we are not. We could, if we wished, simply not accept this job. Does it say anywhere on the pages how much this is worth?
Yes, if you get all three to accept, those who accept the job will be paid 100 gold pieces. If you get two to accept, you'll be paid 75. If you get one to accept, you'll be paid 50. And if none accept, for your troubles, 25 gold pieces.
It is good pay, but it is quite literally backing people into a corner.
Are we already in a corner?
Unfortunately, I think we may be. Would you do me a favor, Tex?
What?
I'm going to go for a bit of a walk. I have favors to repay from yesterday. Could you watch over the shop for a while?
Yeah. Want me to try and fix the door? Or what should we call?
I fixed it.
Oh. Oh. Shit. Yeah. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on the place.
He smiles, and he's going to walk out. It's getting near nighttime, you said, yeah?
Yeah.
He's gonna go look specifically for either those he's looking for those police officers that arrested him. The one that spoke to him specifically is what he's aiming for, but any of them that pinned him, if he can recognize a face of one of those people, he is on the lookout for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Make a perception check.
Go off, King.
Perception or investigation to like.
I mean, if you're keeping an eye out, like investigation is you actively going around, like, hey,
Oh, he's
have you
looking
seen this
for
person?
them.
Have you seen this person? Like,
Oh, okay,
that's
okay,
investigation.
okay. 17.
17. Yeah. How much time you want to spend on it?
He'll spend it till he needs to go home and go to sleep.
Okay.
Like a few hours.
Yeah. I'll say you spot, 3 of the guards who arrested you together. Kind of looks like they're exiting one of the various kind of guard stations, if you will, within Rackcrest. Like, they're just getting off duty or whatever. Kind of just chit-chatting back and forth.
Yeah. Is there any... Artem would like to go and find possibly a young urchin boy or something like that. Perhaps just a homeless man. It doesn't matter.
There are so many in Rackcrest, yeah.
Any that he finds that looks... Preferably a boy of like 14 to 15. And looks a little bit like faster on his feet.
Okay.
He'll go up to them and say...
You there, boy.
Yeah. He'll go up to them and say, "Excuse me, what's your name?"
Joey?
Well, Joey. He's going to pull out a silver. Do you want to make a bit of coin today?
Mister...
It's the kid I've kicked in the ass like 8 times already.
You're like the third man to ask me that today. I'm gonna keep saying no. Like, y'all are weird. You need to go somewhere else with your bullshit.
That's very concerning. I'll offer you a pouch full of silver if you go over to those guards and try to snag one of their purses. Just make a way. You don't have to fully snag anything of worth. Run to the alley.
Why?
That's one right there.
Yeah?
I saw him the other day kicking one of the orphan kids. And I'm going to, make it even.
Oh, you better be careful. I know somebody who'll kick his ass. She sees him kicking orphans.
I'm quite fond of her, actually.
All right, yeah, I'll do it, but whatever. Give me the gold.
You get it after.
What? Oh,
You get
man.
it after, otherwise you'll run away from me and not actually do the job.
Don't act like you know us. Your fancy clothes. All right. Which one? Any of them?
Any of them. Make sure you get away.
All right, hang on. Let me stretch.
Man, all these kids are assholes.
I love
Holy
these kids.
fuck.
Let me stretch.
Okay, now. Swear on the rift, if something happens to me, I'm gonna be so pissed. I'm gonna come back and haunt you. He just like takes off.
Fucking hell, I was in big sprint.
Fast as fuck, boy!
Fast as fuck, boy.
He just rushes, slams like a forearm into like the side pouch of one of the guards, and you watch his hands just fly, just flourish around the straps and pull it off. He's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry, mister, so sorry. It's fucking creepy old man chasing after me. I gotta get out of here." And he just keeps running. Guard's like,
"Oh my god."
He's like, "Whatever, you fucking weirdo. We're going to get drinks." And,
Artem is so upset right now, but
and-
he's also like clever.
One of the other guards just goes, "You fucking idiot! I think he stole your pouch." Ah! He just starts rushing after him down the alleyway.
Artem's gonna go follow.
All right.
It'll take him 20 minutes.
The other two guards
He'll
just go, Meet us at the cock whenever you're done. And they just make their way off, letting this guard deal with the urchin child.
Man,
Yeah.
I love to go drinking at the cock. It's
At
so
the
nice.
Holy shit.
You follow down the alleyway. As the urchin boy's just like, oh, is this? Yeah, sorry, mister. Is this your part? I'm just gonna. You know what? You can have it back. I didn't mean to. Sticky fingers. You know, I ate a donut earlier. My hands are sticky. He throws a trash can down, turns and just runs. It's like that. Fucking
Cheese it.
God, I can't stand these
Uh,
fucking children in this city.
Arb's just coming down the alley towards him.
Yeah, he's just like going to. He picks up the trash can, like grabs his pouch. It's like, oh, he did get some fucking schmutz on it. God damn it. You're quickly behind him. What are you doing?
Excuse me, sir. Jacks him in the face the second he turns around.
Oh shit! I'm making an attack roll.
You have advantage?
Sure. Yeah,
Needs-
that
Who needs
hits.
advantage. 7 bludgeoning.
7 points of bludgeoning damage. As he turns, whack! Just hit him right in his face with your fist, I'm assuming?
Yeah, this is just his fist.
Okay. Pow, just right in the jaw. He's, ah! The fuck's wrong with you? He, like, starts fumbling for, like, manacles and, like, his sword at his side.
I owe you a bit of payback. And he... I mean, we can roll it if you want. He's going to begin wailing on this man.
Roll another attack roll.
Yo.
He's reaching for... He's using his action to pull his weapon and his manacles out.
Normal now. Another
your
25.
That hits.
This is your Frank Castle moment.
He goes right for the knee. Another 7.
Yeah, just crack, slamming into his knee. Just ah! He falls on his knees, like his mouth bleeding, just spitting a globule of blood. Just like puts his hand up. All right. You proved your point.
He is just going to drop on this man, like knee to chest, basically drop on this man, and just deck him again.
Roll another attack roll, because this one might knock him unconscious.
Yeah.
5.
Yeah. Crack! He just goes out.
I'm going to make him conscious again. I'm going to use a medical thing, bring it back to 1 HP. He snaps something under his nose. Man goes, it will wake back up.
You proved your point.
It doesn't feel good, does it? Being pinned down, abused, and he's going to take out one of his scalpels and is going to drive it in the man's like side, like not trying to like bloody and knock him back out, but like just cause pain.
I mean, you're a doctor. You know how to do that. He's all right.
No, I don't think it is. Because here's the issue. Unfortunately, you're still able to walk over to your friends at the cock and explain to them that you got a little bit hurt, and in 2 more months you'll be wandering around causing me a hassle again. So I'm going to tell you how it's going to go instead. You can pick. Do you want your arms or do you want your legs to work after tonight?
I see how this is going. I'll tell you this, son. You better kill me. Because it doesn't matter what's working. I recognize you. I remember you. King doesn't take kindly to people that break out of the prison. So, lad, I see you have the balls to jump a man when he's not paying attention. Do you have the balls to watch the light in his eyes go out?
I have the balls for something better. I'm going to grab his tongue and cut it out.
Alrighty. Yeah.
It's funny. He is not in a great mood right now.
Hey, I won't.
It is
I won't
literally
join your
just.
gang, but I will assault a man.
I will assault a man. That assaulted me, to be fair. He just
yeah.
full drives his thumb and his finger out, like pulls his tongue out, and just takes a scalpel and
Yeah.
slices like. And I'm assuming the man probably just goes at this point.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
no,
of course.
he goes back unconscious. Like he screams for like a second and then just goes back out.
He is going to close the wound on his tongue via fire. Just sear it shut
Holy
with
fuck!
fire, so he doesn't bleed out.
Okay.
Okay, hopefully he's still alive. I got your medicine if you need. No.
What are you doing?
Oh, okay. Okay, if he's still alive, hopefully he is. Like I said, I'll make a medicine if I have to keep him alive for this. He is just going to go and slit the little tendon at the top of the wrist that controls your fingers. He's removing his ability to speak and write.
Jesus. Wow. For once, I'm not the villain in my games.
I mean,
For
show
once
him
you-
where I am, bitch. Show him.
Hey, he's not awake anymore. It's not torture.
No, of course not.
uh, um,
Remember, we won't kill you, but I will maim you for life.
it will
What
make
cause problems for you?
the tongue's a lot. There is things going on in his head right now.
No, I get it.
Yeah, I mean, look,
Uh,
he's not responding. You are a doctor.
They're responding.
You
Okay, yeah, he just removes the
Yeah.
the little movement in his fingers. He'll still be able to use his arm. From actual experience of breaking this tendon, makes writing very, 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 very hard. He
Very
used to, like,
hard.
open and close it.
Mhm.
And then afterwards he'll stand up. And like he looks at it and like there is clear frustration towards what happened and towards himself for just doing that, to the point where he just punches a wall. And like he does that thing where you pace for a minute or two after you do something bad and you know you just did something bad. Before he just goes and storms off.
Yeah, you just hear like a small voice like, "Hey, you can keep the coin. I'm sorry to
He'll
talk bad
toss
about you."
the entire coin purse towards him.
And the kid
Please
just,
don't say anything about today.
kid just like backs up. I ain't gonna tell nobody about you, Mr. Butcher. I promise. Never.
Take the coin, you did your job. I'm not upset at you.
I'm all right. And he just like disappears into the shadow, like just terrified.
Yeah, that's fair.
Tears rolling down his face, terrified. Like he's
Figured he would have looked away. Poor boy.
He just saw a villain origin story.
A villain origin story.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
I mean, you did just have a Joker moment. I hate to break it to you.
I hate to break it to you.
We're all gonna get one.
We're all gonna get one.
Aren't you just a little bit self-satisfied in the
wanna know
very
how,
the
like,
very sick part of your brain that is
The
causing
very
you to do
sick
this right
Yeah,
now?
this is great. I love it.
No, he's like after it's over, he is very clearly upset. He went in this with the intent of doing something to get back, and is leaving it like,
What have I done?
what have I done? Yeah. It is a frustrated thing where he takes a very long walk around the town.
Do you
Swinging.
Asclepios is still bound to you, right?
Yeah, Asclepios can still talk. He's still there.
Yeah. He says one thing to say. And he just goes, Your father would be proud.
Shut up, you stupid serpent.
And he says it with just venom in his voice. Asclepios is disgusted, and you can feel it.
Somebody else is less
He
disgusted.
fumes for like a minute and then is like, why won't you stop this fucking pain? And he's like seething. He's like gripping the thing. He's like, is it not enough that you made me feel horror at what happened to the shop? Now I have to feel bad about the assholes that caused it? Does this make you happy, Asclepios?
You know it would make me happy.
You feel every bit of this pain I do. You're not going anywhere.
Then we suffer together. And now continue to watch your horrors. And continue to help you fix people.
Yes, and I'll keep playing a saint for you.
He just goes quiet.
My father, that man deserved what he got.
You go back to your shop.
He takes a long walk around the town before going back to his shop. Like trying to calm down basically. Even if not like actually actually no, he takes like a short walk around until he ducks into an alley and he takes out that snuff box again and he'll just slide against the ground and begin to crush that pellet in his fingers again. And after like tens of minutes of sitting there and calming himself down with that, he will stand back up and return to his shop.
Excellent. Well, that was a lot. We're going to take a quick break.
I apologize. Maybe I should give it a trigger warning. Oops.
I love this.
Yes.
Be
It was
right
great.
back.
Yikes.
All right.
Alright.
Y'all are too much.
Y'all are too much. I haven't killed anyone. My goal is never kill anyone. Just make it
Let's-
worse.
We did kill together and the
Just make it
compound.
worse.
I
Yeah,
never
well,
killed no one. Y'all
yeah.
killed.
True. I
Yeah.
killed, I think, third. I think I had third blood, and I made the assist.
I've been maiming people. It doesn't matter if you go kill them afterwards. I don't care. I'm
Give a
just
shit.
maiming
I just
people.
don't want it, you know?
Yeah.
No
I don't know
doubt.
what you're eating, but it's very appetizing and it makes me hungry.
It's Jell-O pudding.
Jumping back
Oh.
into
Choco and vanilla swirl is good shit.
That
jumping
looks-
back into the session. Holy fuck. Yeah. So that happens.
Yowza.
You go do that. You go back to your place. Where the fuck do we go from here?
Where do you go from there?
I'm still looking for a rogue Strifika. But,
You are. Unfortunately, you're not going to find him tonight.
great. Awesome.
However, you
Then
yes,
in that
that is where we go
case-
from here. I am so sorry.
Okay.
I just looked at my notes as I said that. Sebastian, you
Yes.
you hear in your head a voice that you've heard before at the Gilded Eye compound. You just hear, "Hello, this is Dimitri with the Gilded Eye for Sebastian. We would like for you to come back to the compound if you would, when you have a moment. Thank you."
Voicemail.
Is that a voicemail or is like
It's,
Yeah.
it's
you know
sending.
like
This is Dimitri's
it's
thing.
sending?
Sending.
Okay,
He's the
you can
sending
reply to this
guy,
message.
as Yesfear knows.
I'll be there in a few. And that's the answer. At some point though, during the walk as I was going around trying to find Toby, who's going to elude me at the he's gonna be slippery as fuck. I'm already seeing that. Is there anywhere in Ratcrest that I can buy? Because now I have money that is more than 1 gold. Charcoal, incense, and herbs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
You
So I'll
gotta go to a
buy-
couple like general goods stores, but yeah, you can find it easy enough.
Okay, I'll buy 30 gold piece worth of that.
Okay.
And once, if I realize I'm not finding Toby, I would have set in a whatever bench very far away from anything civilized. This is during the whole day search of Toby.
Mm-hmm.
And I would have picked this, like, gotten this material burning. And for an hour, I would have done that. And from this mix of charcoal, incense, and herbs in this little ritual, this black owl is going to appear and fly to my shoulder. Welcome back to them. And she's gonna just sit there on my shoulders. I'm casting Find Familiar.
Mm-hmm.
So let me knock 30 gold because I know Tim loves feeling familiars. That's all DMs really. So I have 3 castings of Dinan, and her name is Dinan, which is means death in Elvish or Strifican.
Incredible.
And then with that, after that, like, I would have. What is the gold worth? I will just. It's 1 gold. I don't know how much the dock charges. I should know how much the dock charges.
Doc?
1.5.
Yes.
No?
1.5, yeah. I was asking
Yeah.
if you're saying Doc or not.
Yeah, but instead of that, there's going to be like from the beak of the owl. If the windows are open, there's going to be a pouch with 20 gold there and a note written and sitting in the and I'm being interrupted, of course, saying for your troubles now and future, and very nice calligraphy, and the pouch is going to be there in his table, and then the owls would fly
Where's my
away
money?
again.
So his windows are certainly not open, but text is there, so
Okay, yeah, she would see an owl
You see
knocking
fucking
there.
Hegwig crash against the window.
Go. No. Immediately
Like-
Tide's like, "Row, row, 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 row." He starts barking at the owl.
Down.
Yeah.
Get down. I'm sorry. I was like, oh, I'm not in the scene, and I was focused. What does he have? So it's an owl not pecking at the window.
Mm-hmm.
With
And he
a
has-
small pouch and a note on a pouch on her beak and a small note on her talons.
Okay. Don't eat the bird. Just gonna like crack up the window.
No, the Tide jumps for the window.
Get down. Does the bird fly away? Like she's like
No.
Yeah,
careful to
no,
see if the bird
l-
flies away. I know it's
the
like
bird-
unfamiliar.
The bird flies in, leaves the pouch and the note, and it says "Doctor" on the note for your current trouble and future ones. There's no name. There's nothing signed, but very nice calligraphy.
Row, row,
And
row,
inside
row.
there's 20 gold. And then
Does it say it on the outside or like is it rolled up?
I know it's rolled up, but I don't know if she's gonna look at it. But if she
Oh.
looks, that's what it says.
Depends on
I
how
feel
long
like she's the type to
it
look.
back.
Here's the question: can she read?
Oh, that's true. Not sure if she can read.
No.
Okay.
Weird
Then it's
bird
fine.
dropped off a pouch full
No.
of gold and a weird note.
Yeah, the bird,
She-
the
she's
bird
kind
does
of, like,
drop it off and then
didn't-
fly back out. So
Yeah, she didn't
Yep.
expect it to like fly in. So she's like,
But the bird it's very specifically placing the pouch on the doctor's table. And then flying away again.
Not gonna touch that.
all right, she's gonna
Not
like
touching that.
stand at the desk like with her arms like this, just like
Tide puts his paws up onto the desk. He's like, starts sniffing it,
Don't
licking
touch
it.
Don't touch it. Don't touch it. I think that was like I've seen trained birds, but not that trained.
He starts sniffing at like a pen and an inkwell and just like he just starts getting
He drinks some
mischievous.
ink.
She grabs a pen and just like pokes the little pouch. She just like spends like a little bit of time just like investigating it warily until the dog gets back.
Incredible. Sebastian, do you
I
head
also
to
want to
the...
spend.
Oh,
I want to spend 1 gold in beef jerky.
incredible.
Fuck yes.
What?
Go make that dog your friend.
She's gonna try and bribe
Oh.
my dog.
You get an ounce. You get like 8 ounces of beef jerky for 1 gold. 'cause
thought
that
this was
shit's
your food.
expensive.
Okay.
I
8
thought this
ounces,
was
I
the
don't know
only
how
food
that
you
is.
could stomach.
Your
Beef jerky.
comfort food is
In
beef
addition
jerky.
to that-
Beef jerky.
Beef jerky. I can only eat beef jerky, you guys.
Yeah,
Fuck
just
yeah.
anytime he's hungry, he just takes out a little Slim Jim.
Yeah.
He just
And
goes
And then
Yeah.
after that, I would head back to the
In
compound, yeah.
Sebastian's flaws box, it is can only digest
Only
beef
eat
jerky.
beef
Slim
jerky.
Jim.
Jerky.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, got me, you guys.
Canon.
Found my
Canon.
Only eat Slim Jim.
Yeah.
You found my issue.
His insides are fucked. Completely.
Sebastian be like, snip into a Slim Jim. Ooh, yeah.
Jim.
Oh my god.
Oh shit. But yeah, I will
question,
make my
Tim.
way back to the
Yes.
compound.
After I bang out like the first set, like the first little like the actual ring of this fucking terrible, shitty, fucking hate this bitch ring, he's gonna put his tools down, and he needs to get a message to Yesphere somehow. Because I just realized while I was in the bathroom that I am in a tricky situation.
Uh-huh.
Well,
You
funny-
are in a
it's-
very bad situation.
It's funny
And
while
I cannot be seen going to that compound.
Yeah,
It would be bad.
it's funny that you say that, because shortly after Sebastian's message, both Hatham and Yesphere also receive a message from Dimitri. Hatham's is more along the lines of Sebastian's, where it's like, "Hello, this is Dimitri from the Gildai, calling upon you to come back to the compound for a small meeting. Thank you." And
Can
then
I reply to this message?
You can, yeah.
Send help. Compromised. Yesphere would be welcomed. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay. As you're sending that back, Yesphere, you hear in your head, Yesphere, big man wants. Never mind, Yesphere, I need you to go to Mr. Hatham Reed shop.
I'm on my way. You want me to head back afterwards? I assume if it's urgent, you'll tell me. And she just probably just drops whatever thug she's been beating the life out of and pivots on a heel.
Literally drops him. You just hear, ah, ping.
Yep. And then pivots on a heel and will start skulking her way over to Hatham's shop with a bit of urgency because it does seem like there's a bit of a problem. She's gonna start speedily skulking.
I love the idea of Dimitri beginning to send Yesphere a message, and then Hatham should be like, "Yo, I need help."
Pause.
He's like,
Hatham's like, help.
What? Yeah, it was funny. Yeah, you easily, especially with your skills and speed and haste, make your way to that part of Wreckrest, where the what is it called? Ebon Hand
Smithing.
Ebon Hand Smithing.
Or
thank
Smithy,
you.
whatever.
Yeah.
Bonk. Wait, no, she wouldn't knock. You said there was a problem.
Just crashes through the
she's
window.
Yeah, crashes through the window. No, she's just gonna try and skulk around and see if she can like see what's up.
Okay.
Is there people outside? Is he being watched? Like, is he in trouble?
There are a few like drunken individuals kind of like slovenly making their way back to their home. Like this couple that are just like sloppily making out and kind of staggering back to their house.
Ew.
I can hear it. Ew.
Yeah, you like that. But no, nobody's watching. Like you hear like no intent.
Yeah,
in
no
the
like
area.
solid presence. Okay, then she is going to sort of slyly come around and gently knock on the door.
Oh, the locks. You notice that he opens the door with no urgency. He opens the door. He looks at you and says, "Oh, a new customer. Please come on in. You need a commission? I can get you anything that you desire." And you see in his eyes are
no, she fucking don't. But I can hear his heartbeat.
You sense my heartbeat. I'm like, I am stressing. You hear these words, and you sense my heartbeat, and it's like, please come in.
She gives a curt nod and steps inside. Her hand twitches a little bit as if she's going to reach for something. But she stops herself. As she just slinks inside. Yes, of course. I am interested in your service. And she cocks her head to the side like, come on!
I close the door. Please have a seat. Sit right there. 10 minutes. I'll get things prepared. And as I'm doing, and in those 10 minutes, I'm gonna cast Detect Magic again, ritual.
Mm-hmm.
Just like
my paranoid man.
Nothing.
Try to find any scrying orb, anything. Nope. Like
you're good. It's all clear.
All right. Yes, Fia. I am in a bit of a bind. To say
she gets up and very quickly closes the distance and goes to like put a hand on your arm. Are you feeling all right, Mr. Reed? Your heart rate is spiking.
Physically, I am fine. However, I've received a visitor upon making my way home, and now it would seem that the eyes of the Boundless Army, or at least one of their agents, is on me, and they would like for me to rob your boss.
How did you get in trouble with the King's dogs?
I don't know. Listen. You saw me jump through the buildings. Well, you felt me jump through the buildings and all that. I tend to go out at night and help people if they're being mugged, burglared, all these things. I was doing that during the riots.
Right.
Found a woman being assaulted by several goblins, and I decided to set them straight. Shoot them in the legs, shoot them in the hands, maim them a little bit, tell them to go away. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, I'm crushed by several thousand pounds of gravity, pinned to the ground, and I see these two boundless standing in the street, and one of them was this dark-skinned pyrokin like myself.
Right.
She took an interest in me. Seemingly, she told me to take care of myself. I told her my name was Harold. Seemingly, that information has not stuck because now around, I want to say like 2 or 3 hours ago, she came and shut my shop. No idea how, because I lock that door every day.
Yes, I can hear them. They're very well worn.
And she knew my real name, questioned me on why I'm here, a pyrokin in Ratcrest. And I told her that I would take a contract from her. Seemingly, it was a jewelry contract. I'm banging out the damn ring now. The secondary contract was to rob someone. I had no idea who. So now I have a contract to rob your boss. And the reason I could not say no is because you don't say no to the king's dogs. They'll burn my damn smithy down.
It does seem you are in a bit of a predicament, Mr. Reed.
Não, fala pra ele não deixar. Vou pedir pra ele. Mãe!
Bianca! Jesus.
I'm sorry, I thought I had muted myself.
That's
Not
okay.
the Bianca.
Mr. Reed, it does seem you are in a bit of a predicament indeed. Do I know specifically the dog he speaks of?
I'll tell her the name of the person. I would have told her that in that whole rant. The name of the tiefling girl.
You don't know her, but you've heard of her.
I've heard of her.
She is one of the
Tectovanes.
one of the Tectovanes within the Boundless. She is
She's not an insignificant person.
Incredibly powerful. Third only to the Lifebinder and the Marked within those ranks. She's incredibly powerful, incredibly dangerous, and oopsie, I hate them. I stepped in a pile, it would seem.
Listen.
Oh, Mr. Reed.
I know. The only reason I joined you guys is because I feel your boss has the connections to help me in my own personal goals. And I will always be loyal in order to get that goal completed. I am telling you now, we need to figure out a way out of this.
I understand. I was wrapping up for the night anyway. Are you under the impression you're being watched, Mr. Reed?
How else does she know to come here? Unless they have information about me across the river, which is, I'll be honest, possible. I used to live there. But I haven't been there in years.
Right.
And she's boundless. She could do any spell to have me watched.
Well, if it comforts you, I don't believe there is anybody physically watching you at this moment. I was worried you were in trouble, so I
The only
did
reason
a bit of investigating.
Yes, I don't believe there's anyone physically looking at this shop. But if I'm somehow seen walking into your compound,
Right. I understand.
it would draw attention to you guys. And if I'm not seen stealing, robbing you, more suspicious.
I understand. What exactly were you contracted to steal?
I say it because I forget. The player forgets. It was an artifact that's in one of your
magic artifact in one of the buildings.
Yeah.
I think that was exactly as vague as it was.
That was incredibly vague.
Which I believe this vagueness means that it doesn't really matter what I take. She's only interested in following me to find out where I'm going. Maybe to figure out what you guys are.
All right. Well, you don't need to worry. You are one of us now, and we do not leave ours behind. No matter the circumstances of this issue, given that you have brought it to us, it will be taken care of. You don't have to worry, Mr. Reed.
All right. Well, tell Octavian that I cannot make this meeting at least today.
I understand. I will arrive on your behalf.
Thank you.
If you need anything from us, I will be in the neighborhood. What was the deadline for this
Tim,
arrangement?
She said she was going to come back in 2 days to pick up the ring and discuss further details.
she's gonna come back, and she'll come back here 2 days. She's going to pick up that ring, then give me more information on this job. So
All right. Well,
we have 2 days to figure something out.
assuming that nothing else happens would be foolish. So, just in case there's a problem, I will be back tomorrow in case you have any more information or updated issues.
Hmm.
But I will see to this tonight.
Yes. Also, I apologize. I have no reason to understand why she has any interest in me.
I understand, Mr. Reed. This is not your fault. Sometimes a dog just wants to play. That's all.
Damn dogs. All right. And he opens the door. Yes, I will. I will say to this commission at once. I will get those horseshoes for your prime mare completely finished in a week's hence. You shall see. And he says this very loud, just out the door.
Of course, sir. And she sort of laughs to herself as she makes her way out, and then will duck into an alley and sneak snack her way back to the eye.
Tim,
Yes.
for the rest of the night, I am setting up traps in my shop.
You're the best, Ivan.
Oh, you are so good. Oh, you are everything to me.
I am setting up traps, tripwires. I'm gonna set up my hand crossbow on the end of a wall, and the tripwire will sort of like, what's that thing called? There's a name for it. Like those machines that one effect leads to another, and eventually it leads to a Rube Goldberg machine. Yeah. I'm gonna set up enough of those to sort of just feel protected. If you need me to roll a Tinker's tools or anything,
roll Tinker's
just-
tools using your let's say Dex.
all right.
18?
I'll take it. 18.
Yeah, up until like midnight, you work on these things until you feel they are constructed satisfactory. They'll definitely alert
I'm gonna
you.
and outside, I'm gonna set up not the spell alarm, but an actual physical alarm that does a similar effect. Sort of like a silver spool around and a thing on an object inside my home will probably like a teacup. I really love that teacup, but it's going to smash on the ground if anybody crosses the threshold, which is the windows and the front door unknown.
Okay.
I will hear a teacup smash. Such a good teacup. And that's it.
Full paranoia mode. Excellent.
Yeah.
Yes, Fear, you arrive at the compound roughly at the same time. You see Sebastian arriving as well. Although he is, walking through the gate, and or not the gate, like the main threshold between the buildings, and you're probably on the rooftops.
Yeah, just creeping.
And you see Anton approach Sebastian. Sebastian, you see Anton approach, and he just goes, Mr. Rees, right?
Yes,
Thank you so
that
much
would be my name.
for coming back here on such short notice. We appreciate that kindness that you have offered. And Mystery Bragamoff would like to in turn offer you a job. Non-exclusively, of course.
I am happy he was willing to reconsider. I thought his mind was made off, but I understand. Also, understand why it might not seem good to show a different view in front of others.
We were hoping to speak with Mr. Hatham Reed and Yesphere with you all at the same time to get everyone caught up. But it seems they were busy elsewhere. So if you could please follow me inside.
Mr. Reed is a bit wrapped up.
Good evening, Yesphere.
Anton?
Suppose you
Um-
you made it just in time.
Of course, I would never miss something so momentous. Mr. Reed, however, is having problems that need discussing, and she will slide her way down to eye level, with the gang and sort of saunter over.
Yeah, she slides. She'll see a black owl flying from above and perching on Seb's shoulder.
Well, we have already spoken with Dr. Dracal and Miss Rex. We have also spoken with Green Creed. Since Mr. Reed has agreed to join our organization, I'm sure he can be brought up to speed in the morning. Yes, Fear, we know where your loyalties lie. Mr. Rees, if you would, follow me inside.
Of course. I'll
Can I-
follow.
What's up?
Can I insight check Anton? I know this is fruitless. But
Yeah.
it just does this seem like a move that Octavian would have made? He doesn't seem very much like a reconsider type of man.
Make an insight check.
Yeah. I'm not even gonna try
23?
the inside.
Oh no, we're accidentally working for Octave or Aton.
Anton.
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Oops, Anton.
That insight check, Anton, is hard to read, but he's never done anything without Octavian's guidance or, strict telling him to do so. So
Okay, I don't trust this bitch. I don't trust him one bit.
As well, you shouldn't.
Yeah. But she'll just sort of grit her teeth again, the clenching of the jaw, and try and brush it off. And follow along.
I'm assuming we're going to talk to Mr. Octavian.
no, you'll actually be speaking with me, Mr.
Oh, with you alone.
Ibragimov is busy elsewhere tonight.
Interesting.
I've been his proxy throughout the city most of today. But please, he kind of motions to like a small guest house attached to like the main building. Ushers you in. Have a seat.
I'll make my way and
Make him away.
sit.
What Mr. Ibragimov is willing to offer you, Mr. Rees, is the same thing, simply that he has offered Dr. Dracal and Miss Rex a non-committal association with the Gilded Eye. We are not in the business of turning away good help, and he was particularly thrilled with some of your skill set from what we have heard from eyewitnesses at the tussles, we'll call them.
Well,
That'd be something you're interested in.
well, I would like to hear the offer first and understand what is in for me as well, apart from gold. Gold is temporary.
Well, a non-committal association with the Gilded Eye carries with it a favor for favor basis with Mr. Ibragimov. If gold is not something you wish, you can.
Oh, don't get me wrong. Some things cannot be bought with favors. But gold is not the only thing I am interested in.
I can assure you anything in Ratcrest can be bought with Mr. Ibragimov's favor. But I digress. The job is quite simple. He pulls out copies of the same papers and parchment that Artem and Tex had seen previously. And yes, he is still calling her Rex because that's the name he was given.
That's a new, yeah.
She'll never get the right name.
He pulls out the same papers and goes, "It is quite simple. A few businesses within Ratcrest, key businesses, were damaged in the riots. Collateral, I suppose. Respectable businesses. Business one is Cracked Coal Smithing, ran by Theobald Cole, a dwarven man. A couple of years ago, when much of Ratcrest burnt to the ground, he put all of his gold into rebuilding his shop during that unfortunate catastrophe. Even though Mr. Ibragimov offered to aid him. He didn't. He refused the help, which that was fine. But he wrapped all of his gold up into that. And now that it's destroyed again, Mr. Ibragimov wishes to lend that hand of friendship once more and help him rebuild, as he knows most of his coffers are probably empty. The only thing Mr. Ibragimov offers or asks in return for this offer of friendship is a potential favor at some point in the future. Helena's Hermetics, fairly new alchemist shop, that when first opened shirked Mr. Ibragimov's outstretched hand of friendship, and now it also has sadly burnt to the ground during these trying times. We wish the same offer to be outstretched to her as Theobald Cole, in an effort to make sure her vital storefront continues to aid and help those within Ratcrest. Solutions is an ironically named armor and weapon shop. It's ran by a gentleman known as Jonathan Silvercloud from Adbendum. He, too, when he first opened shop about a decade ago, wished to not associate with the Gilded Eye, which was fine. But with the riots, unfortunately, both his shop and his warehouse, where he kept his commissions, was destroyed. And now he is also copperless. Mr. Ibragimov is willing to lend a hand to help him as well. The job is quite simple.
See.
Get them to accept this outstretched hand of friendship from Mr. Ibragimov, and you'll be paid handsomely. Or,
A question
your
for you,
case,
Mr. Anton.
perhaps you wish something a little different.
Well, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, won't we? I do have a question, though.
I'll do my best
Those
to answer.
three people, were they ever disrespectful, hurtful, vengeful against Strifikans? Were they ever part of those that mistreated them? Were they ever enslavers of those with pointed ears? You seem like you know a lot about everything that goes in Ratcrest, Mr. Anton. Is yes, you're in the room
I'm
still?
assuming, unless she left.
Yep. No, she's just chilling quietly.
Mm-hmm.
That is an excellent question, and one that I'm sure those individuals would be more than happy to answer for you.
Do I recognize any of those names? Sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Out of your time here, yeah, you've probably encountered or have heard of these storefronts.
Do I know if they serve Strifikans, maim Strifikans, or do anything badly to them at all?
Off the top of your head, no. I mean, you're unsure. You've never heard anything bad about them, but I mean,
Okay.
Half the shops that burned down, you never heard anything bad
Mhm.
about.
You know why I ask you this, Mr. Anton? Because it's very strange. I've done some reconnaissance around town, And the only shops that were destroyed were those that were harmful or had done something bad to Strifikans. After all, that was the riot before it was quelled. Strange that I've
Hmm.
never heard of those people.
And all the other shops that burnt down, you've heard of those? The homes as well?
Of those four people? 3 people that you're asking us to bring to the favors of Mr. Octavian? Sorry, I'll never be able to say his last name. That's why I'm using the first name.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's what strikes us odd.
Riots have a tendency to spiral out of hand, Mr. Reese.
Correct.
Hmm.
Sometimes collateral happens. Perhaps their neighbor
Of course.
was terrible towards your people, and the fire spread and destroyed their shop.
Well, I'll tell you this. I really want to look into those allegations, at least, and if I can help Mr. Octavian in the process, then better yet. But I hope I don't find that for some reason the collaterals were not done by people trying to take advantage of a riot situation for their own benefits. I just hope that's not the case.
I'm sure whatever your investigation brings to light will be satisfactory to both yourself and anyone else involved.
Very well. As long as I can have the investigation of my own on the matter, that would
Oh, absolutely.
be
You
very
100% can. However, Mystery Bragamoff does wish for this particular job that I'm offering you here tonight to be done with haste.
of
As
course.
we want to
Understandable.
start the rebuilding efforts of Ratcrest immediately.
Of course. I will insight check him just because I, as a player, cannot handle not doing that.
I hate him.
I'm probably gonna fail horribly.
If you get a 30,
Nope.
you're still not going to be able to read this man.
Yep. Yeah. No, I have no wisdom.
His charisma's
Wisdom is
not
my
that
dog tag.
high, guys. Come on.
Yeah, but he has expertise and then modifiers and can't roll below a 15.
Yeah. Yep. He's a rogue. He has reliable talent. Yeah.
8 insight. I
I'm
mean,
still like I can't read anything from him.
Yeah.
I still find it very weird that those 3 shops that I haven't heard of being bad people to Strifikans
to
have
be
been
fair,
burned
a
during the
lot of the
riot.
shops that burnt down, you were surprised to know, oh wow, they were nasty to Shrivkins? That sucks.
Yeah. But I'll table that little, how do you call it? Nugget of doubt in my head and say, well, I will take the gold at the moment. For future endeavors, maybe I can negotiate directly with Mr. Octavian. No offense, Mr. Anton. But there are some things that I would never discuss with anyone but the head of your family.
Oh, no offense taken. I am simply a man doing a job. I'm sure Mr. Bragamoff, if he could be here tonight, will be more than happy to speak with
Of
you.
course. Of course. Well, if it's all the same to you, and I'll look at Yesfir, I don't mind.
Oh, of course. We are happy to have someone as gifted as you working alongside us.
Absolutely.
Could
And
I have a word
we were
with you
waiting
later?
until the morning to get everyone's answer, but if you're willing to go ahead and answer now, that would be great. I can go ahead and give that good news on to Mr. Bragamoff when he returns.
Of course. As long as I work with people that I already know and I don't have to hide who I am and what I do.
Oh, Mr.
I don't
Reese.
want.
Here you would not have to hide who you are and what you do.
Not at all.
That's good to know.
He's still
It can
selling
be.
it. She's still
could
throwing that
be-
line.
That line's not gonna hook and sinker, unfortunately.
Oh,
It's
she's just
appreciated.
being genuine, baby.
Yes, I am very happy.
As
to hear
for
that.
You're
who
of
you're going to
course.
be working with, Mr. Ibragimov has already assured me that whoever wishes to take this job will be led by our very own Yesphere. So,
perfect.
you've worked with her. Dr. Jakau and Miss Rex have been offered the same job. Green Creed has said, as long as he's fucking paid, he's in. And Hatham Reed has already been brought into the fold of the Gilded Eye organization. So,
On the topic of
Well.
Mr. Reed, perhaps we could have a word about his predicament.
he pulls out a piece of paper with a bit of information on it and hands it to you. Nothing to sign, just for you to have, Sebastian Rees. That's the payment.
Okay.
If you get all three of them to commit to a partnership with the Gilded Eye, that's your payment, and it decreases from there. Now, as for Mr. Reed's predicament,
Do you wish me to depart?
If you would
Or
be
can
so
I be of
kind.
any help?
It
perhaps?
is. It has the potential to be a sensitive matter. I would rather clear it
problem.
first and then bring it to the group at large.
But
So I suppose
whenever
I shall see you.
Yes, whenever you're available, I wish to have a word. Thank you.
Of course, you're free to wait outside.
Of course. And I'll just turn my back and go outside. And I was gonna say there is a hesitation from the owl who's fluttering around, but he does this, and she flies to his shoulder, and he walks
Oh, I'm
out.
not gonna eavesdrop.
No, not in a criminal organization
Not in my
compound.
mafia house.
He's not very wise, but he's relatively,
He's
he's
enough.
slightly
He's
above
got enough.
average. Yeah.
Listen, wisdom is also my dump stat, and I would have eavesdropped.
Fuck
Yeah.
yes.
That's a
An
low
owl
wisdom.
is very obvious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it had been a nymph,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that
yeah,
type of
yeah.
thing, totally. Because you
Yeah.
can go invisible, but
Yeah, absolutely.
as the door closes, Anton looks at you. Yes, Fear.
Mr. Reed has gotten himself into a potentially unsolvable problem. Apparently, he's thrown the eye of one of the king's dogs.
You mean the Boundless from the Sanctuary?
Precisely.
Oh, which one?
The Tectovane. Demihan? Troubling.
And how did Mr. Reed get himself tangled up in the Sanctuary within hours of leaving our compound?
Well, according to him, it started before during the riot. He likes to do my job for fun.
Wonderful.
He's been contracted by her to make a piece of jewelry and to steal something from Octavian. Naturally, this has caused him great distress.
Steal from us. The
Indeed.
Sanctuary is interested in one of Octavian's what? Statuettes?
Apparently, he has come into possession of a magical artifact. No further elaboration, and as far as the location, it is in one of the 4 buildings, which is helpful.
I think Miss Demihan's information is a little skewed. I would know if Octavian came into possession of something that they would be interested in.
Well, I'm not doubting that, but perhaps he doesn't realize its potential. Things pass through here all the time. There's a chance that he just got his hands on something. There's also a chance that this is just a way to get Mr. Reed dealt with. It is, after all, a bit of a suicide mission to send one man into a compound of boundless. But
Unless she already knows that he's tied with us.
yeah, yes. This is what I feared. He had provided an alias when they first met, and apparently she showed up today, and opened his locked door and called out his full name. So,
Does that surprise you?
no, no. One of the most powerful people in the nation, it surprises me not at all.
Who do we know at the sanctuary? Do we have anyone there?
I think we. I think we do! No current allies. However, maybe someone that we could get in contact with.
I need you to be a little more clear here, Yesphere.
Well, I didn't learn my skills out of nowhere.
You're boundless.
I'm talking about the fighting. I had a teacher when I was very young,
And now that
and I
teacher
needed to hone my skills.
is at the sanctuary?
He had a bit of a moral disagreement with the direction of my career.
Okay. You have a lot on your plate right now with everything going on with this new team that Octavian's trying to develop. I'll bring this to his attention.
Alright. As for Mr. Reed, is he supposed to join us?
Yes.
He believes he's being watched.
Well, we have securities in place to keep that from happening here. So he should be safe here.
Do you want me to bring him here?
I think that would draw too much attention. He can remain in his own home for the time, but once we get some more information from this potential person at the sanctuary and see what it is that they're after, he might need to come here. But for now, let's not jump to conclusions. Do anything hasty.
So is he supposed to join us on our crusade? Publicly announcing that we've arrived on behalf of the Eye? That feels like it would just draw more ire to his back. He's one of us now.
This is complicated. We need time to think. What's
Right.
the time frame?
2 days.
We can make something work in that time. The job should still proceed because it's important for the city.
Right.
So, once the team assembles, if it does, in the morning, go to his home and bring him up to speed on what is happening, and then proceed as planned with the job.
Okay.
In that time, if we find out any information that means he should come here, we'll bring him in.
Well. Alright. Well,
Anything else?
I trust you'll get Octavian up to speed.
I will.
Oh, I took care of a couple of the lasting problems and she will toss him a piece of paper that has a couple of names on it, like name various petty offense that has been committed against this organization. So we don't have to worry about them anymore. Have a good night.
You as well, Yasir.
And she will turn on a heel and just. She's dying. She's dying right now. But she doesn't die until she's out the door and walking like up the stairs to her own room. And it's like, God, I fucking hate that bitch. Why?
Sebastian just looks and is like, okay, I think I'm gonna go.
Oh, I forgot he was standing outside. Okay. Yeah, she comes out the door and she's just, I fucking hate this. And then she jumps for a second and she starts and she sees him and she's like, right, yes,
You did not see that.
you wanted to have a word? She's just
Go
ignoring
ahead.
it
Yes.
completely.
If somewhere that we know that no one is going to eavesdrop. Hopefully outside of here.
Outside of here.
Wherever you think is safe enough that we won't have extra ears.
Of course. She will walk through the compound. And she's going to, I guess, lead him up to her bedroom. The safest room in the entire compound.
Whoa.
It's
Going
very...
quick, aren't we?
We're going quick. We're moving fast. We're speeding.
Wait.
It's very odd. It's, like, way cuter than you would expect it to be.
She has teddy bears. Oh no.
Yes. She's got like a couple of knickknacks, like a little like marionette puppet that's propped up on the thing, and like a top. And then she has a garden that like hangs out, a little like window planter that hangs out her window, and in the corner she's got like a small keyboard. It looks really odd, not the kind of room that you would have expected for her. Almost a little bit like this was her childhood bedroom, and she just still lives in it.
Yep.
About the spider.
Yes, I was getting to it. On the on one of the dressers there is a large glass case, and in it is a sort of like golden mechanical spider that is all like cogs and gears, and every time there is no eyes on it, you can hear it in the background sort of click-clacking over the dresser and up the walls of the glass enclosure that it's in. And it seems that it would just free roam if she hadn't put this giant box over it to try and keep it in one spot. But yeah, she will just gesture to us, the space, like, nobody will listen to us in here. I check it every night.
Perfect. I am slightly concerned that your boss, is that how you call it, is not the one talking to us. The other thing that I'm very concerned about is that I am very sure that all the collateral damage, there was none, unless someone purposely made some. Now, I accepted this job on the principle of doing some research of my own on those people. But this strikes me as odd. And that man, this is not my first rodeo. But that man is incredibly shifty. I cannot read him at all.
Anton is a very unpleasant fellow. But he does his job well and to the letter.
This might be a reach. Would your boss purposely set places on fire in order to collect a reward? Is that something he does?
I Above all, Mr. Reese, Octavian Ibragimov loves his city, his people. I do not believe that this would be something that he would consider. The potential damage it poses for the rest of Ratcrest, I don't think it is a risk he would be willing to take. However, I will not count anything out. I am an objective person, and it seems like that pains her immensely to say. And it's almost as if she's saying it and she doesn't believe it as she's saying it, but she's saying it just to say it.
I'm extending a branch of trust here, Miss Asphia. If we do this job, and there's absolutely nothing on those people that would have justified their shops being burned during the riot, and I can show you several other places that were burnt and several other places that were spared, and you will see the connection. I believe there can be some questions, not just from me, but perhaps from yourself, on how far. And I'm not saying your boss. Um, he seems to be willing to really do good for the city, and he has you and your companions under his protection. My concern is mostly on those he surrounds himself with. I would suggest keep an eye, because it might just as well be that some people might not always be doing the right thing once they get the trust of the powers in charge. And maybe they have good intentions for the powers in charge, but they are not being forthcoming on their ways. If
I
we find
appreciate.
out that those people absolutely have nothing against those of us, our kin, then we might have some proof there.
I appreciate your concerns, Mr. Reese, and I hope that the endeavor tomorrow will, at the very least, settle some.
Indeed. Hopefully, it will be just a paranoia.
Right,
Hopefully.
of course.
But
Allow
let me
me
say,
to. Ooh,
it was a pleasure to have made your acquaintance.
of course.
And I hope we keep on collaborating.
Your gift is very unique. I am lucky to be able to have the opportunity to work alongside someone so talented.
Well,
Mm.
if you ever were to fall out of grace, or if you ever were to find yourself disillusioned by what you currently do, know that you have a place elsewhere.
It's almost like her entire mood turns on a dime. And she was very pleasant, and now she is very cold as she sort of rises from the position she was sitting in and pulls a tight smile across her face and goes, "Allow me to show you out, Mr." And just moves for the door.
And you will look at her for a moment. Think about something, and then just, I'm not trying to steal you away. Just so you know. I would never do that to anyone. But, and I feel like you're very sure of your convictions. Just keep an eye. Something tells me there's more to this than meets the eye. And you might find yourself conflicted.
Well,
If you do, know that there are people that would understand. And he'll
certainly.
just like keep an eye contact with her. He knows she can't see, but she can see better than many people. And I think she saw more of him than anyone else with open eyes.
Mm-hmm.
He'll keep eye contact for a moment. You're an interesting one. And then turn and start moving out.
She just sort of barks out a laugh, and then we'll lead him out of the compound. We're going to go get some shut eye, fellas. Nice. Happy Crowns Day. Jesus.
This is the worst Christmas ever.
Oh my god, wait, guys, I was supposed to go to dinner. Whatever.
But yeah, he will leave, and if Anton's still there, it's like, did we return in the morning?
Oh no, Anton's moved on to a different
Oh, he's
building.
gone?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if you
You'll be called for.
yeah, you'll
I
you'll
guess.
absolutely be summoned.
It will be called for.
As a note, as
Dimitri's gonna be like, hey.
hey, hello, it's Dimitri. Hi, hello.
Yeah, Dimitri
as-
I like. Anton is shifty.
As you have that
And
thought, by the way, yes, Fear, it dawns on you where Octavian is,
Yep.
and you weren't invited, or at least the invitation must have been rescinded, or else you would have been called.
Yep.
Yeah. Let's put little maggots of doubt inside her head.
Daddy uninvited you to dinner.
No, Daddy didn't invite you to dinner. Holy shit.
Well, it's because you didn't recruit all 6 bumblefucks. All
Yeah.
5, right? 5, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Steamed. Steamed!
But hey, maybe Anton
That's
did
just a
what you
theory.
couldn't do. And on that note,
Fuck
I
Anton.
go to the office and I kill Anton.
kill Anton.
Yeah, I'll murder him right now.
No mercy. I go kill him right now. Ah.
But on that note, we're gonna pick up from that point next session.
Give us
2 weeks.
3 sessions.
2 weeks from now, right?
Yeah.
Because
Yes.
next week you're
Yes,
taking a
2
break.
weeks.
Yeah.
Guys,
What an interesting session that was.
guys,
Goodbye, internet.
enemies to lovers.
Internet. Bye.